There are some corners of this world that just feel different. This is certainly one of those. A rugged landscape that is as unforgiving as it is beautiful. It is from these deep waters that the mountains rise up dramatically. These rain-soaked forests might just be hiding more than a few secrets, but that is something only those who venture into this desolation may discover. This place has come to be known as Area A. It is essentially a cabin that was built in a remote part of Alaska's Kenai Peninsula. For years, the property owner and many of his friends and associates experienced unusual activity during and after the construction of the cabin.
Lou had picked up his saw, just turned around to walk in, and I saw probably the last between 15 and 25 feet of flight of a rock that was the size of a football. But I could see its trajectory. It impacted the water. And Lou said, "What the hell was that?" That was the first thing because he was facing away. And I said, "Lou, it was a giant rock." And so anyway, that really kind of disturbed me a little bit. But so we kept working, and we're blazing this trail up here and clearing brush. And Lou walked up to me at one point and said, "Hey, did you hear the whistle?" And I said, "No." And he said, "I've heard it a couple times so far."
The thing is, the first summer was the most active. My first 3 visits, I heard the tree knocks the first time, and then we left. I came back, and there were 7 of us this time, and that was a big one. That was really active. That's when we heard my first whoop. We couldn't tell where it came from, and we stopped talking, and we both looked at each other and said, "Did you hear that?"
And I asked Josh, I think that's the guy's name. I'm like, "Did you hear it?" And he's like, "Heard what?" I'm like, "Dude, there's a rock right here, It just came from above." And he didn't heard it that time. About within 5 minutes, both of us heard the rock landing next to us.
Researcher David Ellis of the Olympic Project has extensively studied some of the purported audio from this location, and much of it remains very intriguing.
It's only when women are out here. It's never, we haven't heard it. It's only when women are out here. It's just a strange thing.
Last year, we spent 1 week at this location in early May. We experienced a few interesting incidents. Okay.
That's a good
Are we
That
rolling?
was the best I've heard.
Okay, so we were kind of talking, goofing off, and and I thought I heard a knock. There it is. What the heck?
Yeah, whoa.
So as I was just standing out here, it's a little bit foggy and rainy, and I was just getting some B-roll of the mountains, and I happened to be focusing on something in the bay. when I heard what I thought was a gunshot, very loud. One of the guys in the cabin apparently heard it when I was coming back in go twice, heard that same noise. There shouldn't be anybody shooting out here. There's nobody else out here, so it's just kind of strange. My first thought when I heard that was gunshot, and that's what the other guy thought as well. So, just more weirdness out here. One of the more intriguing discoveries we had made was a large handprint on the backside of the cabin. It was a completely chance discovery and one that we felt was 50-50 in terms of either being a human or something human-like, meaning there wasn't much room for other possibilities in terms of the local wildlife. Samples of it were later collected by researcher Larry Beans Baxter and sent to Doug Hychek for testing in the Legend Meets Science 2 project. More of the details of the backstory and original incidents can be seen in Part 1 of the Alaskan Coastal Sasquatch that came out late last year and can be viewed on this channel. Since our trip there last May, a few incidents have occurred around the site. In April of this year, some interesting, albeit inconclusive, footprints were found in the woods, some measuring up to 14 inches long and 6 inches wide. But with snow melt being a possibility, it is tough to say. During a trip in early May, the property owner, Larry Beans Baxter, and Rob Roy Menzies spent a couple of days on location, and while they didn't hear much during the daytime, an audio recorder captured some sounds at night. The following recordings were captured on a Zoom audio unit that is voice or sound activated, thus resulting in the abrupt starting or stopping of the audio you'll hear in the recordings. Ever since I first visited this place last year, I knew I would have to return. That is what this series will document. A 2-week expedition to Area A in order to continue where we left off, and to try out new things on location and hopefully get a little closer to some answers. I will be joined by a rotating crew of fellow researchers and enthusiasts, and each episode of this series will document multiple days during the 2-week period. One of those joining me for the full 2 weeks was Larry Beans Baxter.
My name's Larry Beans Baxter. I'm a retired police officer. I was a police officer for 15 years and I was in the military prior to that. I've had training in investigation, everything from simple misdemeanor crimes to homicide investigations. I've had training in evidence collection, preservation. I've actually assisted in investigations with homicide. I've collected DNA evidence from crime scenes. I've sent stuff to the crime lab. Just for many years, that's what I did, and that was what I did for my job. And so I've had a lot of training. My department was very liberal with training. We would get to choose something we'd want to go train in the lower 48 for, and they were pretty good about sending us down to that. And yeah, I've been a police officer for the last 15 years, and you know, I think that my training in that, it kind of translates well over to looking for Bigfoot, and that, you know, there's a lot of evidence collection, attention to detail, and it just transfers over well, and it's very similar in many regards.
Beans has spent a fair amount of time on location, so having him there for the full 2-week period would be very useful.
I believe I've been coming out here about 3 years now. The owner contacted me, told me about some of the activity that had been occurring here, invited me out.
First year I came out, wasn't a whole lot going on. In fact, I think the first two trips I took out here, nothing happened. Maybe a very distant vocalization or something, but almost nothing occurred the first couple of trips out. But as I came out here more, things would kind of, it would trickle in, vocalization here, a tree knock there, a rock throw here. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it. It just seems to happen when it happens. The first couple of years, the owner would say something like, well, we'll get the chainsaw going. That'll usually, invoke some activity. And eventually, by the time I started coming out here, that wasn't really doing that anymore. It just seemed like it was more random after that point, almost like they had just kind of got accustomed to the cabin being here and human activity being here. Well, I think the fact that we're going to be out here so long, I think maybe it increases our odds. And there's some things I want to try. I've never really come out here and put cameras up. I'd like to put a couple of cameras up, not necessarily next to the cabin, but maybe a little bit higher up in some more remote locations, and just set them up there for a few days. Give them some time to percolate and to, become part of the environment and maybe less noticeable. I'm excited for it. I think the more time we're out here, the more opportunities we have for something to happen.
Damon, if you don't mind, just a little bit of background on yourself and kind of how you got into the Bigfoot stuff.
I got into Bigfoot. That's a really good question. Like a lot of people in the field, I kind of grew up looking at all that stuff in the library and things like that, and I just kind of felt like the topic was, there's like way too much evidence, way too much out there. They probably existed, it's just too much evidence everywhere. But for me, my journey began in earnest when I saw one on the highway driving on my motorcycle up from Boise to Joseph, Oregon, through the Wallowa Mountains on a paved Forest Service road. And I've just been kind of infatuated ever since. I'm not into this to actually prove it to anyone other than myself. Because I already know they exist, because my sightings have kind of tallied up a little bit, and other random stuff like that have happened to me, but I just think it's fascinating. So that's kind of why I'm out here looking at this stuff.
Well, the expedition to Area A has begun. I think we're pretty much good. I just got to go park the car and then we're good to go. Go ahead. Journey has begun.
It's an eagle right there, see it?
Oh yeah. So what are you looking forward to out here, man?
The adventure,
Yeah?
I suppose, if nothing else.
Damon, try that again. What are you most looking forward out here for?
Okay. Yeah, like I said earlier, just the experience being out in nature, in the woods, getting away from civilization, the camaraderie and hanging out, and spend a long time for stuff like that. So that's
Awesome.
what I'm looking for. If the squad just show up, even better.
Yeah, awesome. Sweet. Let's see what happens. Yeah, this island has some bunkers in it. This is early 1940s, World War II. This whole area, Kenai Peninsula, Alaska, they were worried about the Japanese attacking. It was kind of the northernmost flank of the U.S. So it's really interesting to see the remnants of bunker right up there. I'm pointing at it right there. Supposedly there's another bunker on the other side. There's a staircase or somehow to get up. I don't know. You can see right on the other side we've just got cliffs to go up. cabin. No, what were you gonna say?
I'm thinking I heard knocks when we came up.
You thought so? Say again.
I thought I heard knocks when we showed up, 2 or 3. I wasn't sure if it was a dock at first, but it wasn't. It sounded like it was coming from across the bay, but I don't know how the sound bounces. Maybe it was up there. But it sounded like a clear knock. I'm surprised nobody else heard it. That's why.
Is that when I pointed out to you? I thought I heard knocks.
It was
3 knocks.
a little before that, but
Yeah.
we probably heard the same thing.
Because I'm wondering, because like when you just listen to the boat there.
That's what I thought at first, but it didn't sound like metallic like you were saying. It sounded more like a tree knock.
That's interesting.
Well, that's what John was saying. He said every time they leave, they get a couple knocks. You know, and they said there's probably a couple knocks too when they approach, but they just can't hear it because they're on the boat with the motor.
Yeah, I was surprised. Like none of you heard it. That's why I didn't make a.
I don't know. I think I was just kind of. I don't know if I was zoning out or what I was doing, but.
Anytime you hear, sense, smell, feel, tingle, spider sense, whatever happens, just point it out.
Yeah. Just that's always good policy. Just say, hey, I heard something. That's what we always try to do, and just.
Yeah, because you could be talking. Somebody could be talking and not hear it because they're talking, and you hear it or something like that, or you see something. Just point it out. I don't even care what it is. Okay. I'll investigate anything because that's what we're here for.
Exactly. 100%.
Don't be afraid to speak up and say something.
Yep. This is my first time back since May of 2022. It's a totally different environment now. There's a lot more salmon berries and bushes everywhere. So I'm having a little bit of a hard time trying to orient myself compared to how we were. But I do like this because it tells me maybe something might be willing to move closer because there's more cover. Just kind of my thoughts on the go here, but you can see it just looks so different. So we're gonna go right up here. So yeah, just look at these Douglas firs that are just, my God.
Yeah, these are epic.
Absolute beauty right there. Also, look at this. This is also the problem out here. You have so much moss.
Yeah.
You make a print. I mean, that comes up pretty quick.
Yeah.
We found so many things like this that you could say, well, maybe, but is it really? And then I'll show you guys the ridge up there too. So the fire pit's just right up here. Okay, back at the upper fire pit, and I missed this spot. Oh, looks like there's some scat in here. There's been some deer or goats or something here. This is the infamous upper fire pit. This is the mirror that Rob Roy would leave out here. Nothing on it. The weird rock that was just placed here since last year. This is where we were. So I was standing right here, right kind of right where all this crap is.
Yeah.
And we were goofing off. You know, there was myself, Ron, Eli, Rob Roy, 4 of us up here doing the fire, and then the silence was broken by knock from up there. And then in the audio, I'm like, shh. Quiet. And we hear what sounds like rocks being thrown from up on that hill or somewhere, hitting stuff on the way down, and then they hit the shore. So the shoreline is where the rocks are. I mean, there's not a lot of rocks here. You see that?
Yeah, no.
So that's distinctly what it sounded like. It did that a couple times, and then another very clear knock. There was like this solid kind of knock, and it was right here. I was standing here, so I had probably the best chance to hear it, like right to left sort of ratio. But that hill up there, that's the interesting place. I'm gonna take this little one, I'll throw this little guy down, and problem is when we tried to recreate last year, the rocks would just get stuck on the shoreline. So you really got to throw it out to get it to smash into the beach. So let's try it. See, I didn't even get to the water, but you can hear that's how, you know, it's weird. So okay, yeah, here is.
So the front, that thing right there, just
That's
sitting up there,
creepy.
You could seriously, easily just watch it from there.
Oh yeah.
just cross
Well,
the
up there,
backside and just
there's a
look over.
trail up there that we think is either a game trail or that was you know, possibly from the old settlements, because there's a bear trap up there from like over 100 years ago at this point. Okay, so that stump last year, we left a Himalayan Tibetan singing bowl right here. Okay, so this is the song meter. This is the wildlife recording device. Scott has had this running for about 2 months out here, so we're gonna definitely grab this audio and review it a bit. We camped way up over there, more on that side. There's a hill. You got to go climb over here to get up there. That's where we camped. Those 2 nights. The first night was where we had some weird stuff happening. It was a little drizzling rain, but it sounded like there was stuff knocking and stomping around the area. So that was kind of weird. Second night, all we heard was sea lions in the bay and making weird noises. But you can see how, I mean, something could just sit still up there.
Oh, it's silent and stuff. Yeah.
I mean, this is just, yeah, it's crazy out here.
It'd be very easy to sit anywhere up on that ridge and watch.
Yep. So last year when we did those time-lapse cameras, we did one in this area where this kind of potential sighting happened. We did another one up by the upper fire pit. And the last one was way over on this creek bed. Ron and I had to go all the way on the beach over that way. I mean, it's like 10-15 minute walk, and we had it drilled onto a log. You had an observation kind of this area, Damon.
Yeah, you pointed out earlier the story about the guy that came out of the latrine and had the eye shine, which was from this position, right? And then I'm just sitting here looking at behind this thing, and what a great spot to just watch the cabin from. I've got this beautiful obscured view. I can kind of look through the stuff. I can peek up around a little bit. You know, I can see the deck through the window. I can see so much stuff.
Oh, it's perfect.
I mean, look at this. Nothing's been here in a while. And the stuff's all not matted.
Yeah, I mean, but there's so much stuff down here. I mean, you wouldn't even tell if something was really coming through here often. I don't know.
I love the space.
It's just one thing you got to worry about here is Devil's Club. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's like it shoots up, and they're pretty thick, and they cover in these thorns.
Oh, okay.
It is. I'll point it out to you if I see some. So this is the back side of the cabin here, where we found that handprint last year. I give this to you again. So the handprint was probably, if I had to guess, it's like up here. I think it was maybe here, like that. But so that's that bunk room window, and what we're noticing is, this was pointed out, there's a couple other handprints further up on this window. Oh, you've got stuff right in here. You can see some fingers there, and there's something going on up here. I don't know what, but there's smudges and sticky areas. And they found this a couple weeks ago. They found this print right here and kind of this stuff. So, I mean, that's pretty high up. You're getting close to 10 feet up. Not exactly close to the ground. For reference, yep.
I think the back side of the cabin is appealing to them because it's the closest part of the cabin to the wood line. They have easy and quick egress into the tree line and up the hill, and I think it's just, they probably, you know, I'm assuming, but they probably don't spend a lot of time in open areas. You know, they're not going to come down here on the beach and just hang out, more than likely, especially if we're in the area. So I think it's just about it's their favorite side of the cabin because they can easily slink away back into the tree line, out of sight. The interesting thing about the handprints that were found on the back of the cabin, you know, you hear a lot of encounter stories about people being in buildings or cabins and they're slapped or hit, whether that's to invoke a reaction from the people who get them to come out, or if they're just trying to figure out if there's anybody there. I mean, who knows? It's anybody's guess. My theory, personally, is I think they're doing it after we leave to see if there's anybody else in the cabin. They probably smack it to see if anybody comes running out. You know, the interesting thing about that handprint is it's in the same area where the cooler, back when they were still framing the cabin, the cooler got pushed across the floor. They had a piece of plywood using it as a makeshift door. The cooler was holding the plywood in place, and it got shoved across the floor. And it's interesting because it's, if they are slapping the cabin or putting hands on the cabin, it's in the same exact area. And that's the only area where we found any type of handprints or physical disturbances on the siding.
These are the rocks these are the types of things. These are old fishing rocks they would use. It was cheaper than metal or lead.
Yeah.
Just weigh your nets down. When they'd have the boat moored out, almost 100 feet out there, they'd be out here working the day. They'd hear like a bang in the boat, and they thought the door had slammed shut. They'd get on it, the door was fine. And once they'd be going back to hosing down the boat, they would find these in the boat. Damon, what are we about to do here?
I have my POS homemade long duration audio recorder.
POS, eh?
Yeah, it's the POS Model 1. And we're going to go throw it out just kind of in another corner. We've got recorders like over here by the cabin and past the upper wood part. I'm just going to put it that kind of direction over there, kind of cover another space. Just
we're kind of
coverage.
That'll be towards the outhouse.
Yeah, so we're going to pass the outhouse.
Yep.
Maybe 20, 30 yards that direction.
Smart. Let's do it.
Wow.
You got a little dry bag.
Yeah.
So the device is kind of in there, and you just sort of run the mic up, huh? Disguise it. All right, I'll make a note of it in my journal later.
Yeah,
Nice.
I mean,
great.
That thing's kind of sticking out. But
DIY, but
you know
hey.
what? If somebody comes up and goes, "What the hell's this?" and pokes on it, that's the more the better too.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fine.
Sweet. So we know where this is. This is out by the outhouse, just for our own personal records. The hills up there. Yeah, a great location. I'm digging it. We got audio covered in a lot of directions. So what do we got going on here, Damon?
This is the DJI Mavic 2 Enterprise Advanced.
Wow, look at that.
And we're just going to take a lap and see what's out there.
And this is thermal equipped and otherwise.
On that tree or something, right there. In there.
Oh yeah?
Bring up something warm sitting there.
Oh, the white thing?
Yeah.
You have it on white hot?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, sweet.
As good as any.
Yeah. I'm really curious to see how this thing goes. So you've got it now, you're able to toggle between thermal and...
Yeah, it's recording both at the same time.
That's so cool. So that's with the dual camera?
Yeah.
So essentially there was, I mean, you're kind of getting a feel for it now, but if there was something in that tree line, you might be able to see it pretty well.
Yeah,
huh?
see there's something in the tree right there.
Oh, so it's like a bird or something?
Yeah.
That's so freaking cool. Okay, so this is day one of Dark Coast Hunt for the Alaskan Bigfoot. This series, I'm hoping, will be more of almost a video journal with daily updates. We're going to be out here for 14 days. Last year we were here for just shy of 9 days. I'm hoping the increased length of time will provide more opportunities for interesting activity. So far this year, they've had a lot of stuff happen, as we've kind of prefaced in the intro here. But just wanted to record my thoughts here as we're here for the first day. We've been here now for a few hours. We've been talking about showing some of the area up around and recounting. Obviously, we've got new people here on the location, but something I did want to go over was keeping a daily journal. I'm going to keep myself to this very, very stringently. This is going to be a I guess it's called, this is the Bigfoot Research Journal. Now this is going to be, essentially it's a booklet that just has all, the artwork on the cover is done by Rob Roy, so a little insider connection there, but this journal essentially is going to be, it's got documentations for daily occurrences. So we have date, time, location, area / coordinates, weather conditions, physical findings, sensory observations, items set up left at location, relevant file, pictures, additional notes. So this is something that daily can be kept, and it'll give us an excellent chance to document just out here every single day. Essentially, we'll be able to have a record of, well, okay, day 7, this is what happened, or day 3, this is what happened. But I really want this to be a sort of almost video documentation, video journal series, differentiating it obviously from Bigfoot Beyond the Trail. So we're trying out a lot of different stuff. We've got, obviously, aside from the longer duration we're going to be out here, we have more advanced equipment. We have very good thermal equipped drones. Just a lot of different techniques, things that I think we could have fine-tuned last year and just sort of improve on from there. So without keeping this too long, that's kind of the gist of it, and I'm going to now write in my journal here and just fill out the first day and take it from there. Almost midnight, 15 to 12. So that seal, I mean, see, that sounds like a rock splashing, but it's not really. All right, Beans, so, I mean, this is not really first impressions for you. You're a veteran of this location, but what are your thoughts, just, as on yet another visit?
Yeah. I mean, I'm optimistic. I've been out here several times and nothing's happened. And I've been out here several times and multiple things have happened.
That was me.
Oh. So it's hard to say. It's a crapshoot, and this area is so vast. I mean, it's hard to say. They could be just a little bit inside the tree line, and you'd never know it, or they could be 2 or 3 valleys over. So it's just if we can make ourselves as enticing as possible, maybe entice them to come over and see what's going on.
First impressions, you've now been here a number of hours. What are your takes?
First of all, this place is beautiful. I mean, it's just kind of settles in with nature. I mean, all this nature around us. You got the seals out there. You got the seagulls, the eagle that's been hunting all day. We have these blue jays that are hilarious and kind of flying around over here too, and just it's absolutely amazing. It's just epic. This is awesome. That's all I can say about that. It's hard to even describe it. You know, you can describe as much as you want, but it's you just can't. It's indescribable for most people. It'd be very indescribable for.
Yeah, you watched the videos that we did from here, and I mean, do the cameras do it any justice?
No, not at all. In fact, I believe that the environment you guys were in last year was completely different. It feels like it looked like in the film, it looked like more springy or colder, a lot colder, and this is definitely a lot lusher. This is very green, pretty warm, actually, considering. As you can see, there's not really a lot of snow low. It's all high up on the mountains back over here, and probably some shadows back on that spot, but it's, for the most part,
the ground is green and lush and soft and mossy and very rainforesty, just very wet.
And what do you think about some of the stories you've been hearing?
Yeah, the stories are pretty classic. Turn the lights out and the rocks get thrown onto the porch and stuff, and knocks announcing people coming and going, things like that. That's pretty standard behavior, it seemed like. But I think it's just the beginning, right? I'm really excited about it. What this week's going to give for us this week.
What do you think, man? You've been out here now for a little bit.
Well, I mean, if there's a viable habitat for a Sasquatch, this is certainly it. So, I mean, if they're anywhere, they're going to be here, and all the stories are super compelling.
So we've got three pulsar Hellion thermal units. Damon's using another one over there. I'm not huge on doing the knocks, I guess, but this is the weird percussion instrument that all the knocks we've heard out here sound eerily similar to this, so I'm going to do just a loud single one. You guys ready?
Yep.
Well, it's been a really quiet night so far. Been hanging out here by the upper fire pit. Damon actually went back down. He's going to deploy the thermal drone and let me know via walkie, so maybe he'll get something interesting. I don't know, we'll have to find out.
Yeah, I'm coming your way.
Alright, cool. So the drone's over us right now.
Yeah, I got you guys. You're pretty good spot, actually.
Oh yeah, so you can see us pretty visibly?
Yeah.
Wow. So, what'd you think?
Well, the nice thing is the trees are actually fairly thin still. I mean, I can see directly down straight through them quite easily. Like I saw you guys pretty easily too. So it's kind of getting the lay of the land still, kind of figure out where things kind of are and stuff. Kind of head back up over this direction and up because it kind of starts to hill up over there, but I was sort of in a bad spot. I was kind of losing some signal from line of sight over that direction, so I might try a reposition and maybe fly from out there instead, better angle. But I think we're done for the night. I didn't see any deer. I didn't see any other little critters. I mean, I saw some birds that were in trees. Yeah, so in trees and stuff like that. But usually, rabbits and that type of stuff you can see pretty easily as well. I'm not seeing any of that stuff.
Wow.
Yeah. So
very quiet.
Yeah, it's very
super quiet tonight. Day 2, Monday, June 19th, here. Day's off to a slow start. Beautiful sunny day. A couple of guys went out fishing. Alright. We're about to go do a little venture, go explore some areas with the skiff. Getting our stuff. Alright, so we're here in the skiff. We're about to just take off and kind of survey the shoreline here. The water, it looks very weirdly colored because of all this crazy pollen. Looks really strange, but let's get her started and get going. This is around the area where last year Ron and I had the incident where Ron capsized, right in here, kind of across from where we were. But we tried to get to this shore right here, and I tried to land on the beach over here, and it didn't go so well. So I tried to land over here, and I couldn't land without flipping the kayak, so we had Ron hang out on these rocks, and luckily the rest of the guys were able to come get us. But this is kind of a secret little beach here, kind of cool spot. Okay, sorry, can you repeat one more time? You said that you guys thought you heard some kind of a gunshot?
10-4, I heard a loud boom or gunshot. Sounded like to me it came from up by the creek area, and it was at 15:39 hours, so about 10 minutes ago.
Okay, cool. We'll loop back and check that side of the bay and just kind of survey the area. Okay, that's interesting. They thought they heard some kind of a noise. All right, ready? Okay. All right. Seems pretty solid, right? All right, we've now landed. Okay, again?
He said don't stay too long.
We're gonna head in to this woods here. I don't think anyone's probably been in here since last year. No, okay. All right. Look at that. Does that look weird to you?
Not particularly. I think something just scraped off the moss.
Yeah, but that's kind of intriguing in itself, is it not? When we came on this trail last year, I mean, it was 2 feet of snow on here, so this is definitely different. Good. So we did find this. We did find this on the backside of a game trail. Could just be wishful thinking, but kind of interesting. Put my foot side by side. I actually did a 3D scan of it. We'll be able to check that out in a moment here. Measure it with the tool here. Let's see. 13.5 inches. It's kind of interesting. At least I have it scanned, so it's probably nothing, but yeah, that initial shape, it's like foot pareidolia. We think it looks like a foot. So it's been a pretty slow day overall here. Not a whole lot going on. Not much observed other than possible boom sound heard by Scott and Beans. So I don't know. Everyone's kind of drifting off to sleep. Damon and I are actually going to go up to the upper fire pit, do a little fire, hang out up there, see what's going on. Got some seals that are just constantly jumping in the bay right behind us. All right.
Yeah, those guys are having a good time.
You ready to roll?
Sure am.
Sweet. Here we are, back at the upper fire pit. So it's been pretty quiet, very uneventful up here. It is now about 10 to 2 a.m. It's gotten very dark in here. I mean, it's not very dark, but it's dark enough that you can't really walk through the woods very easily without a light. I mean, it's doable, but we haven't heard really anything. It's been super quiet tonight. We're gonna go back down to the cabin and fly the drone up and just see if there's anything in the area. But yeah, that's pretty much it for day 2. Been kind of quiet. What do you think, Damon?
Yeah, it's very quiet. I'm mostly looking, I'm interested now just to see if there's any normal other wildlife. You know,
yeah.
Last night we flew around quite a bit and not a deer, not anything. So
we can hear the saw-whet owl tonight,
yeah,
so
I'm looking for more of that. Let's see if
maybe we'll see something, yeah.
Other wildlife.
For sure.
Beautiful to play.
Yep.
Yeah, every now and then there's hot spots around the house that stick through the cloud, trees.
Yeah.
My attention.
So we're about to take the drone off again for a night flight. Survey the area, see what's going on. What's that? It's like a UFO. Again, we're not really seeing much on that, huh?
Not yet.
Find that you found the fog line.
What's that?
See something?
Yeah, this little thing right there.
Is it moving?
Not yet. I mean, it could just be a tree stump. Maybe a rock. Oh, that's the cabin. That's the cabin that's up there.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if there's anything grazing up in the fields up there.
Smart.
there's 3 areas of interest right there, but I do believe I've looked at those before, and I think those are just rocks. And the big one off.
Can you zoom in with this a little bit, or?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I can go like that.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, it's tricky. I mean,
now let's see here.
looking at this
No.
field and
God.
it looks like objects, but not really.
Yeah, I do like a lot. I have potential for a lot of these. Some of them are very bright, like these things
The two in the
here,
middle,
and then some
Those
up
might
there
be-
and there.
goats.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
See if it would move.
There you go. What's that right there? There's a critter.
Oh really?
Yep, right there.
That in the middle?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Is it laying down?
Looks like it. I think it's a deer. See the head moving just a little bit. Yeah, let me get a little closer.
Wow.
Yeah, he's under the tree.
Wow.
You see his ears are perking up.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good sign.
First critter. All right, food source. Sitka deer. Be awesome to see him just take off.
Yeah, no, he probably won't. There's a good shot of him right there.
Cautiously looking, yeah. Get a couple screenshots of that, yeah.
Okay, let's get some elevation.
That's so cool.
Yeah, look at the space here. This
There's
might,
a bunch.
it might be a lake or something like that up there.
Yeah, it could be that lake that you can see on the satellite. I'm not sure.
Alright, let's go this way.
Going towards the mountain again.
Yeah, let me see where I'm at. Oh, that's the saddle between the two. Okay.
Heard that.
Yeah. Go forward a little bit.
Looks like you're going in the fog.
Yeah, I think so. Wow. I'm just going to kind of sweep around it,
Yeah.
and then I'll start making my way back.
Yeah, 49% battery.
What's that thing?
Is that a critter?
Well, it's not like a deer or anything like that. Yeah, it's not anything.
So that's in those alder trees.
Yeah.
You've got obstacle avoidance on, obviously, right?
Yeah. Oop. Come back. Time to come back. I don't know how well it works at night. Seems like it doesn't.
Oh, really? Yeah, I could see that.
Mm.
You kind of got to be extra careful.
All right. Well, we have some hope.
Yeah.
Starting to see found a little wildlife.
Yeah, I mean, we'll check out the footage, see if that was either probably a deer, but it could be a goat potentially.
Yeah, it sure looked like a deer though, from the ones I've seen. It had like deer shape with the head and all that.
Yeah, I think the goats are probably a little bit bulkier. Their heads probably aren't as prominent.
Yeah,
Those are rocks by the shore.
yeah. What I'll do is I'll come back. I'll come along the shoreline on the tree side. Yeah, I really need to come down though. pretty thick, but I can still see into them.
Yeah. Unless something was really intentionally hiding, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Squatches aren't gonna know what this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you come down to about 200 feet, 250 or so. And so you can see us on the porch. That's crazy. That's how sensitive it is. We're, 1,000 feet away.
That's wild.
Okay.
So, how's that drone flight? Obviously, we found some.
Yeah, so I'm getting more comfortable with the topography of the area and kind of get my whereabouts in the dark, and kind of learning where some things are. It was nice to see that deer up there. It's kind of confirmation that, we have the, A, the drone's working, and B, that, that it's we're not saying that there's no wildlife out here. It's important to have those subspecies out here that our subject can, feed upon. So that kind of biodiversity is very helpful. And it was really weird because the last couple of nights, the first 2 nights we've been here, I didn't see any of it. Whereas I go other places, and I can see rabbits, I can see all kinds of little smaller animals all over the place, and I just don't see those guys here yet.
We know there's so much here, but it's just odd.
Yeah. So it was nice to see that deer up on the hill. Hopefully more will show up over the course of the week.
Interesting.
That's about where I'm at right now.
Yep. All in all, it was an interesting start to the trip. The weather served us well, and we were able to explore a little bit of the area and get a feel for this very green and lush environment, which contrasted quite greatly from the conditions I experienced last year earlier in the season. If you're enjoying this video or any of what we create here at Small Town Monsters and want to support us to create more awesome documentaries, series, and productions, consider backing our upcoming Kickstarter campaign. Launching on February 6, 2025, we are celebrating 10 years of Small Town Monsters. This year's campaign will fund a slew of epic upcoming documentaries and all of the content you see here on YouTube. We've got lots of great rewards depending on what level you choose to back us. Be sure to join us here on YouTube for the Kickstarter launch party livestream on February 6th. So it is morning number 3 out here. We've got a humpback whale right here in the bay, right in front of us. He's feeding on the herring out here, apparently. With the morning off to such an epic start, and with the weather being the way it was, at least it wasn't pouring rain just yet. Today we would be taking it relatively easy during the day. Much of the unusual activity that has taken place at this location has been a result of humans doing normal activities around the cabin. So that would be our approach. Have a group of us leave with the boat, in this case myself and a couple of the other guys at the cabin, to go fishing, while Beans, Damon, and Luca would be staying behind at the cabin to lay low. Battle of the birds. You want to switch places, or am I just getting this over your head here?
Yeah, just go ahead.
Alright, so
I'm going to swim him right into
where
the
is he? Right there?
There you go.
He's in. Woo!
One down.
Oh, sorry.
Silver.
Nice.
All right, just lower that edge down to the deck and then scoop her out. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, back from fishing. Went pretty good. We got some silver salmon out there. No halibut today. Back here now at the cabin. Very rainy day. Almost, you might call, very creepy, spooky weather. Apparently we've been pretty spoiled out here on first few days in our previous trip last year. The weather was incredible, but this is more of the typical Kenai Peninsula coastal rainforest weather. So yeah, that's kind of the wrap up. I'm gonna see what the rest of the crew was up to while I was gone. What did you think of day number 3?
It was we had a good hike up the hill here. Just as we were getting started out, we heard a knock. We both heard it. There was a little discrepancy of what direction it came from. He said it came from in front of us over the hill. I thought it was from behind us, but I was moving when we heard it, so I didn't hear it probably as clearly because I think he was standing still when we heard it. So he probably got a better indication of which direction it came from. We got up to the top of the ridge, walked around, went over to an area I'd never been before. Found some really worn down trails. Lots of signs of wildlife up there, scat, tracks, just all kinds of life up there. And I think it's going to be a good area maybe to go up and throw some cameras up, or maybe even do a overnight investigation or camp up there. But I'd never been to that section of the property before, over that far. But I was kind of surprised at how traveled some of those trails looked.
Day 3 was again more filling in pieces of the puzzle. He and I went to go. We collected the SD cards for the long-term hour recorder that's out over there, and we weren't originally going to go too far. But as we approached the first crest, I heard what I thought was a knock. You know, a fairly classic knock just coming from the other side of the crest. Waited about 5 or 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and we were able to find a dry enough stick that I gave it sort of a reply knock, not too hard, just a nice little reply. waited a few minutes to see if anything came back off that. Then we just continued on our way.
Day 3, quick recap.
He did an epic quest, man.
So just
he did me a solid.
How about what'd you think of day 3?
Well, I mean, the other days it was really sunny and perfect, and now it's just cloudy. It's been raining all day. You can't even see the mountains or the glacier over there. It's all just blocked out. Yeah.
What'd you think about when you guys went out to get the cards up there? How was it when now it's all wet?
Oh, it makes it more treacherous, but it adds to the atmosphere, I think, of all the old man's beard and moss and the rain. It's really quite eerie.
Time for another journal entry. Pretty rainy, pretty gross tonight.
Yeah, it is.
We're gonna head up, just walk up, kind of up the hill, see what's going on, and we're gonna play it by ear, I guess.
Yeah. We're gonna go put that card back in the audio recorder, and then we're gonna walk up the hill.
Maybe see if there's anything. It's pretty dark. I mean, the woods are gonna be very dark right now, and we got that rain cover. A lot of ideas about Sasquatch and rain, perhaps. It's loud. We can't hear as well. There might be abilities to move around more easily.
Yeah,
I don't
sound
know.
covers movement, that sort of thing. A little easier to move around. Plus, I don't think that they care about weather as much, being wet like we do.
Right. Yeah, well, guess we'll give it a go.
Yeah, why not?
Maybe I cover it with my hand or anything. Where does the cards go?
Right inside there. So the top slot was the main one right here. Okay. Preparing to record. Looks like it's recording.
Sweet. Alright, let's close her up. Yep. Should see that white light soon, right? The mic is pretty wet.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Yep.
Yeah, the teledesign for it.
I know, that's what I was going to say. It's there. It's got to mean it's designed to take a beating.
Yeah.
What do you guys want to do? You want to walk down that trail a bit? Is it? Is it? It sounded like a tree coming down. Where was that coming from?
I thought you knew it was like a wave against the boat.
Shh. Sounded like it came from over there. Okay.
If that was seals, that's the most activity they've done.
What did it sound like to you guys?
It was sort of, did it sound like waves that slap on the side of the dock, or the seal really whacking water?
Yeah, it was like water slaps.
Okay, so with my hood on, it sounded like it was coming from over there, and it sounded like roots ripping. Did that like sound like?
Yeah, it was very percussive.
That was weird. That's weird.
You think it came from over there?
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like.
I heard it straight in front of
Can you scan over there with your thermal? I will probably do the same with mine. God, it makes me not want to
Because I've heard them slap. They've never slapped that many times.
That's
Usually it's one slap, that's it.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't think it's anything to write home about, but...
Well, if we get to the top of the ridge up there, we can hear sounds from the sides.
Okay, good. Hey, you guys want to go to the top of the ridge?
Yeah.
The question is which way. Do we want to go that way? That's a tricky way, though.
This way?
Yeah.
Yeah, that way was super easy.
Okay. Let's just do that then. That's probably going to be the safer bet in these conditions. This is the audio tree. So Scott usually hangs audio up here. Screws in the tree.
I passed that twice today. I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Some scat or something here. Some scat, I think. Some weird slimy stuff. No, it's probably just mud.
The fungus. Yeah. How's it look?
That's probably better. I should have done that the whole time.
This is where the cord was.
This is where the cord was?
No, this is the card was on the log right here.
Oh, really? Yeah. Bear trap is around here somewhere. What do you think? Any ideas? Anything you want to try right now?
The other thing I think of one might be a knock. Maybe just a short whoop. I don't have a history of the vocals they've heard out here, so.
What's that?
I don't have the history of what types of vocals they've heard out here, so I don't want to.
They've heard of whoops.
Actual just whoops. Like
Whoop.
Yeah.
Robert heard one. Scott's heard one. Beans heard one.
It's kind of a classic whoop, like that.
Yeah, like a
more of
whoop, whoop, whoop. So Damon,
yes.
how was this night out?
Quite wet.
Yeah.
I think we were scuba diving up there, snorkeling around.
Yeah. So you've set up your camera, you've set up your thermal.
Yeah. So, top of the hill, we made a nice hike up there. Got some good time, quiet time. A couple suspected possible knocks, but more than likely not.
Yeah.
Sounds of movement. I kind of, like I said, I feel like it was maybe a little paradelia with the amount of rain and drips kind of coming down on me.
Tricks on you.
Yeah, so
we have a thermal setup right here.
yeah, so what we're doing now is I'm just going to build overnight surveillance on the therm, pointing that towards the outhouse where there's been history of the past.
Yeah.
And also, there seems to be a lot of there's been historic activity from this side of the house.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's where it kind of opens up and widens out over there. So
Yeah, so we'll see.
another relatively quiet night, but very wet. We've been spoiled up until this point with nice weather.
Yeah, what I've actually been excited about is again more puzzle pieces. I finally saw some rodents on the therm.
Yeah.
With today, the stuff is at the top of the hill. So
Oh, camera's dead.
okay.
Well, I guess that's it. Well, it's day 4 out here at Area A. We went out last night in the rain. Another very rainy day today. We've got some drizzling rain. It's in and out. We're hoping it settles down a little bit so we can at least use the drone further on today. Thinking about camping out in the woods tonight, see if that produces any interest, but truly is a dark coast here. Very spooky, ominous kind of weather. Continuing in from yesterday with the weather. It's inhibiting. It's hard to do stuff when it's this wet. It's just not as easy to get out there. You just get wet. We as humans are limited as to how long we can really be out in this kind of environment. Mountains are obviously hiding. Here we are, getting ready to go. We're gonna hop in the skiff. We're gonna kind of cruise around a little bit, use the drone. I mean, even with the fog, you think the thermal drone will be all right?
Yeah, it's pretty high actually. I won't be. Now let's see. That tips those trees. It kind of makes it over. I just will have to see where it is.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes peeled. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I think this is a good chance to kind of scour some of that coastline and kind of see what's going on. All right, here we go, guys. What do we think?
Love it.
Those branches there?
Yeah, those light green guys are coming out right there. I think it's following a creek.
Well, if you guys want, we could try to find that cabin up here. Just got to follow that trail up. We couldn't do it last year. The old decrepit cabin. We could totally do that. We just
the one that goes up the creek that way?
Up the mountain, yeah.
Yeah, it was covered in snow, right?
We couldn't get up there last year, but I know exactly the trail. That's where we found that weird track-looking thing. Attempt to land now. Okay, let's try.
So, what's the...
Kind of just toss it in, let it go.
Okay.
And it should bungee down. Try to get us a little closer without hitting anything over here.
Yeah, looks like a good anchor spot right there.
All right, now Luca, give me that camera. You're gonna want to catch the shore. Oh, you don't want to just get in that water yet. Yeah. There we go. Not bad. Pretty close. Right on. Sweet. Nice. We didn't manage to organize it.
Did you guys hear anything?
Sorry, could you repeat that again? You said something about hearing knocks.
That's what it said, John.
10-4, John came out on the porch and called me to come out and listen. He said he thought he heard a knock, or multiple knocks, I'm not sure, out on the point.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, we went to the opposite side of that with the boat. We didn't hear anything, but you know, we've got the motor going, so that is intriguing.
At 10-4, I came out and listened. I didn't hear anything. I did hear a bird flapping on the water, but hold on, I just did hear something. Stand by.
We left.
Of course, it's when we leave, right?
Yeah, we left, right? So that's.
Do we want to throw the drone up over there? What do you think? Is that too far?
No, it's not too far at all. Let's see if somebody comes back.
I think it's bird activity.
Think it's bird activity that both what John heard and you, or just what you just heard?
for sure what I just heard.
Roger that. We might just send up the drone in that direction in a little while here, just in case. But aside from that, our plan is to just kind of traverse up here, maybe find that old cabin on this side of the bay.
The trail where the guy found
10-4, if you come across it, be sure you get some pics. Scott said he wanted to see it.
Oh yeah, you know we will for sure. Okay, is that good? All right.
I normally have a foam plug that fits right in this hole right here. I don't seem to have it.
Oh, you don't have your phone plug?
So there's a little foam plug that goes in there. So hopefully the electrical
yeah, that's, hey, sometimes you gotta MacGyver things, right?
And
How are those pants?
Good.
Keeping you dry, huh? Are your boots still wet on the inside?
see where the cloud layer is.
I'm gonna radio them and just tell them to, hey, drone's coming over. If you guys hear anything, keep us posted. Hey, so the drone is now up in the area. We're gonna fly it over the point. If you guys happen to hear or notice anything, just let us know on the walkie.
Careful.
What do you think? Anything yet?
Nothing yet. I'm at the top of the ridge line. I'm kind of looking for that trail that runs out that way to see if there's anything up there. I don't want to waste too much time with it because I want to come back over here and see what's here.
Yeah.
So we're going to try to walk upstream to that cabin that's up there.
What's
Over
that?
there. Is it the cabin that's up there we're trying to go to?
I think it's a further one.
Yeah, not right here, but the one that's...
I think it's even further, right?
It's right up the creek. All right,
Worked.
heading in, guys.
Let's go.
Let's get this on my chest rig. Just be aware, obviously, there's a lot of Devil's Club up here, so just something to be aware of. I think this is how we came in yesterday, or the other day. If it's too uphill or anything, just let me know. Yeah, this is where we came in. You got it? Here you go, you can grab onto this if you want. I'm just trying to watch your hand with this Devil's Club right here. So let me just move this. Okay, there we go. Is that good?
Yep, I'm good. Thank you.
Luca, you good? Right through here. Of course, there's a lot of Devil's Club, but
It's not a giant hole.
All right, I think this way looks pretty good. I mean, something's been walking up this way.
Yeah,
you see it?
It does look suspicious.
That's pretty odd. So, I mean, this is very hard to tell, but look at this.
Yeah.
Super hard, super undefined, but I mean, that is like,
Sort of has a shape.
yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Little pointy section there. Kind of a skinnier heel.
I mean, I'd be curious to see if there's anything else like that further up here.
So the next step probably would have been around where you're at here.
Up here. I mean, look, in here there's just a bunch of worn down looking moss. Definitely looks like something's been through here. Check that out.
Yeah, it's inconclusive, I would have to
Here it
say.
looks like it's possibly worn in too. Here too, yeah. Oh, this is interesting. So careful, I just stepped on the side here. Look at these prints right here.
Point it out again, point it out.
Right there.
Point
Okay.
it closer, it's hard to see with the camera.
Okay, hold on one second.
I'm not sure what I'm looking at here.
Right here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You got this, and then look up here.
It's super hard to tell in the camera.
There's a it's just indents right here. You see this? Yeah. Look at my tracks from right here, right? And look here. I mean,
It's just...
What a great place to lay down, huh?
that's why I fall asleep in the moss all the time. This stuff is awesome. Wow, there's a lot.
Yeah, these trees are growing over rocks in so many holes.
Yep. Alright, we're back. Found some sort of a crude looking trail here. Look at that. Check that out.
Okay, what we got?
Could just be the way the moss was scrubbed out, you know, somebody slipped. I mean, that could be deer right there.
Yeah, I see a lot of little things that kind of give me a thing for deer.
Yep. Deer and goat, they definitely come down this far, so. Well, I mean, we got footage of a cryptid, technically. We got footage of something that's not supposed to be here. Sitka deer. Yeah, there's mud. I know, that's the problem. Well, we're trying, it's all subjective, but we're trying our best to be objective, but I mean, look at this.
That moss popped off there.
Well, look at the way,
I've seen a few of these piles where
look at this, the way it's compressed. Isn't that kind of interesting?
Yeah, I moved a little bit. I saw like that guy.
Yeah.
I don't know where they're coming from. It might come up off the tree.
Right. Just the way the impressions look kind of intrigued me. There's one impressive tree. I'll go stand next to him for comparison. Look at that. Hey, just a quick radio check. Lots of incredible old growth trees, some semi-interesting game trails with weird, large looking kind of indents, possible prints, but we're all good up here.
What?
10-4, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Yeah, I like helping little dad. What?
Maybe not. What did you just see?
I just happened to look towards the creek, and there's a window right there. Some kind of building right there.
Yeah. Go check it out.
Just happened to look that way.
Good eyes, bro.
I've lost visual of the cabin. Yep, thank you.
It's not too bad, actually. A little better than I thought. Yeah, it's just a little water overhang.
Holy smokes.
Nothing too bad.
Post hole in.
You good?
This rotten wood.
At least there's solid rock.
Cool. Nice and cool in here.
I bet. Think this will hold? Yep.
Yeah, it's a rock.
Yeah, but it's, here. You can make it.
We're just do like this. Yeah, that's perfect.
Hold this.
How's that? Awesome.
I'll take a tripod. I need that. I think that may be the abandoned cabin. It looks boarded up. It looks freaking old, man.
Well, you do the rocks, right? Here, and then over.
You can jump over here and I'll catch you.
Hold on, there's a log here. I'm just gonna cross that.
You can just jump here. I'll catch you. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, there you go.
All right. Thank you.
He's in. We're good. So the creek's coming through there?
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, wow.
That's gonna be some fresh water.
Yeah. Look at that. That's amazing. Hole underground. Built that shoddily.
Yeah, those car windows?
That genuinely, looks like car windows. Yeah, here, inside,
There's an old cabin.
I'm not sure how bad.
Look at this. There's like painted wood on here.
It's almost like you tried to make a camo, huh?
Yeah, it's like painted,
Propane tank? Alright, so it's not super old.
No.
Still pretty old. metal. Some old tin. Yeah, there's some plastic here. Oh, the floor collapsed. The old front porch here. Wow.
Hey guys, just a little check. We found an old cabin up here. I mean, we're talking legit old. This thing looks like it's been maybe 20, 30 years, but the floor is caved in. It's pretty destroyed.
Several, we hear you loud and clear. Be sure to get some good pictures for the boss man.
Absolutely.
Right on
I
top
don't
of that
think
rock.
this is the old cabin from 100 years ago, but it's still an old cabin where we found some evidence of CD players and stuff like that. But it definitely hasn't been used in a while. But we'll show you pictures.
Did you guys go up in elevation from the other abandoned cabin?
Yeah. What? Does it say our elevation? We did. We've been climbing uphill.
Yeah, we're at almost 600 feet.
Almost 600 feet, so not too far up.
Temple.
It's interesting. I mean, I don't know if somebody built this a while ago and just abandoned it, or what the.
It's like a bear tried to get in here.
A lot of old metal under the rock. Please watch out for nails. There's a lot of old boards there. Be careful.
That was the front door right there.
Damon, was this yours? Oh, what's up there?
Guy trying to get away from his wife.
Who knows, man? Somebody might have this as their family cabin. Somebody dies. The knowledge of how to get here gets lost. And then
They didn't know what happened until they got tax bills someday. Similar to the Skid Row over.
Very cool.
check it for hair or bones or anything. Somebody could take refuge in here. Don't see anything prominent though.
You good? Let's save.
You look right there. An anchor. Solid of wood here. And that's some kind of metal box. Maybe something for a boat.
Huh.
See it?
First thought is that this stuff washed up here or washed down
That's what
here.
I thought, yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
that
if
guy
I
was
washed
skating.
down.
Maybe he was staging it here.
Yeah, given that plywood.
Yeah.
This looks like it's pretty solidly under here. That's an anchor. That's weird.
No, yeah, I guess you're right. This is where he's staging his stuff.
He was stashing stuff.
Yeah, 100%.
Stay there for a second, Dave.
Some pallets here.
I don't see any evidence of a fire. There's a lot of debris down there. It probably looks like, I think occasionally this thing gets a lot of water running through here.
Yeah.
Stuff shoved up.
Probably why that's wedged in there. Goes to show a human presence everywhere. Everybody okay?
Yep.
We're all geared up, ready to go. We're gonna go spend a night up on the ridge. You guys ready for it?
Oh yeah, I was going to be ready for not on the ridge with just a little nylon and our mental prayers against bears and whoever else is out there.
A little hopeful, wishful thinking, plastic around us, so-called
Right.
four corners with the tent. Yeah, this is the same area last year where we heard some kind of weird stuff at night. It was a little bit rainy the night we were out there, but stuff was going on in between. I think it's a great area. If there's anything kind of in the area, hopefully it can be drawn to us.
Sure.
I don't know if we can kind of see what we're going to do.
Maybe make some noise, get some lights out.
Yeah.
Let them know we're up there.
Have some fun. Awesome. Yeah, it's right here. This is like this wire up here. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Found the wire. It's just a wire in a tree, Damon, nothing crazy. And then the can was for baiting, so I was told. What's that?
Probably just a foot snare of some sort.
Yeah, I think the idea was when you bait bears, you kind of hide in a tree or something, you shoot it with them to eat. I think it's just up here. That tree is down. I'm pretty sure the trail is right here. All right, well, we just made it to the tent site. We've got one spot here. Ron was last year, and we were in this. I was in this spot, so yeah, that tent should be perfect. Should fit just right there. All right, well, time to get setting up. Slightly misting, but we're in camp. We're all set up. How we feel about the setup here?
I like the setup. This is a great spot.
Yeah, this is
Some
very
guys came in
similar.
before us and made a real nice space for these tents.
Yeah, we're pretty much in the same spots we were last year, and so yeah, we were here in this site. Can you see me all right?
Got you both, yeah.
I was in that tent. Ron was in this tent. I was in that one with Eli. Ron fell asleep, but Eli and I were awake, and we were listening to what sounded like stuff coming from behind you, Damon, stomping, and you'd hear like literally like stomps, and it got closer and you would hear wood knocks, or it sounded like knocks, you know?
Yeah.
And I kept trying to like look out the tent with the thermal, but field of view is very limiting out here. I didn't see anything. Every time I was getting enough courage to look out, it would basically be like distant again. Like we'd hear the knocks, but it was like you'd hear a knock closer, you'd hear one further out.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I've experienced those. Those seem to be like check-in knocks, like where are you? Or
yeah,
something
it's
like
weird.
that, yeah.
And I mean, we didn't hear anything really from down there, at least that I could tell from that direction, and possibly some stuff over there. But down there, we're kind of heading out to that point. Down over there is the water, and on that side is the water, but it's further over. So that first night, it was like tonight, it was drizzling rain. It was coming in and out. But the second night we camped out here, we kept our stuff up here, and we came up and camped same spot. There was no rain, but that second night there was a lot of sea lions. So we didn't hear anything unusual. All we could hear coming from the water was but it was so different than when we heard the night before, and there were almost no sea lion noises that we heard that night before.
What night was the night before of the total nights you were here? Was that before the campfire or after the campfire?
It would have been our, I believe, second to last. No, we were only here for like a week last time, so it would have been, I think, like on a Wednesday, for example. Maybe or a Thursday. We left on a Sunday.
Did you guys have the campfire thing happen yet with the rock throws?
Yes, that was previously here. I'm just going to backtrack real quick because it's going to be a lot easier if I can look at the dates. May of 2022. Okay. Looking at it now. So we got here, it was the 7th of May. So we were here the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. I believe we left the 14th. Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. Yep. Because we came in on that Saturday. So Rob Roy was only here till about the 11th. And I believe that was the night that we came out here and camped out here. So it was a Wednesday. So we had the rock stuff happen the night before at the campfire, at the upper campfire. Rob Roy had left, and then we camped up here the first night. We did like a hike going around. We camped up here, and then the night following that was a Thursday. We camped up here, and that was a sea lion night.
Yeah.
And throughout the whole night reviewing audio, all you hear is sea lions going off. Every few minutes, one will go off, and then you'll hear 2 or 3 in the other side of the bay, rah, rah, responding to each other. It's so annoying. But with no wood knock, no rock throwing noises. That night before, there were no sea lion noises, and it was in and out of drizzles of rain, and you would hear what sounded like, again, the rock throwing to the water, but mostly the stomping and the wood knocking type noises. So that's basically, from what I can recall, that's all. The audio didn't do a great job of picking it up. It picked up some of it, but there's also possible lynx that night. Like hours and hours later, we heard this distinct feline-like vocalization. We found a possible lynx track down there.
That's cool.
So that's pretty much it for this spot. Like I said, 2 nights. One night was very interesting. The other night was not so much.
Yeah.
So that's that. That's your story time. Messing around with this laser, going up into the clouds. Hopefully that'll bring something in. Is that all right? Should I turn this light off? Whoa, glowing on the tent. Cut a hole through the tent.
I tried. It doesn't get that hot.
I want to see what it looks like with the IR on. So this is what I'm holding. It's this guy. Oh yeah. Cutting through the trees. It's pretty freaking cool. Keep it away from you guys.
So the thermal hotspot over there is mine.
So, we've got our thermal surveillance system set up. See how that looks.
Thermal surveillance system is going to be Damon standing right here all night. It's spinning in a circle.
There we go. You can kind of see looking out on that direction. So Damon's over there. So this will be rolling all night, at least as long as the battery will last. We got the tent set up, and we're gonna go call it. It's about what, 2:30 right now?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
Yep.
2:30 a.m. Go to sleep. Listen for a bit. See if anything wants to come on in, as it did last year. These 2 days showed us the typical weather to be expected in such a coastal rainforest as this one. Extensively bushwhacking sections of the valley we could not access last year due to snow proved interesting. The unusual series of tracks we kept finding were ultimately inconclusive, but perhaps indicative of something large moving through the area. With brown bear, black bear, as well as a host of ungulates being present in this environment, that cannot be discounted, of course. The discovery of that unusual cabin way up on the hill without any direct path to it was intriguing. It raises more questions about this area and who might have used this cabin and for what reason. Maybe for hunting, or perhaps just an off-grid retreat? One wonders if those who built it have experienced anything unusual while in the area. We may never know the answer to that question, however. Day number 5, morning here. I guess it's almost afternoon here in the campsite. Damon How'd you sleep?
You know, pretty good. Pretty good.
Moss is pretty comfy, huh?
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
Hear
not too
anything-
bad. First half, the second half definitely was pretty solid.
You hear anything weird?
Just over here a little bit, sounded a little snoopy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like something was snooping, but it could have been a martin, kind of small. It would have made the same noises and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
nothing super obvious. But I can't wait to put the audio on the computer and look it over.
Check the therm as well.
Yeah.
Beans, you just came up here to deploy some cameras, and you found us. We're all in one piece.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where you guys were camping, but this was the general area where I wanted to set up a camera. So hiked up here this morning and found you guys in one piece, and it sounds like you guys had a quiet night. We had a quiet night back at the cabin. I sat on the deck a little bit early this morning and didn't hear anything. I don't know, it's
been very quiet.
Seems like they're not around right now. I mean, but things can change in a matter of moments. So I guess if it was predictable and repeatable, we'd have figured it out a long time ago. So,
Yeah, well, we'll have to review that thermal camera. It's deployed here, and Damon had one in the tree too. But yeah, this is the spot we cleared out last year. It's nice because it's got a little bit of low ground. You got some high ground up over here, close to the ocean over there. You can kind of see it there. And then we've got the trail there, and then the rest of the area over there, and it goes down to the ocean over there too. So you didn't hear anything last night?
No, it's been quiet. There's been no activity. They're not here or something. Because compared to the stories of previous years, nothing at all.
Is it on?
Based,
I have to turn it on before I put it in there because there's no other way to.
That's what I thought I'd ask, because I put some game cameras up over the winter, and I left
that?
one in setup.
It's all I got to do is flip the switch, and there's like a 30-second delay.
Mm-hmm.
It's super easy, barely an inconvenience.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much idiot proof.
So Bear couldn't really rip it off now that it's got that tether, right? I mean, he'd have to really struggle, right? I would assume so.
Yeah, there's gonna be a struggle on it for sure. This would actually be a really good place for a trap, like a camera trap, so to speak. Like, so you have three of them. This is what you have one over here that's looking at that one, and this one's looking at that one, and that one, vice versa. So, and you can make one of them that's not as well hidden as the other. So they're looking at that, going, "Ooh, what's that?" And they try to get out of the way, but they walk right into the other one.
Right.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Definitely some footfall areas. That could be from last year. Or you guys go down this way too, or you came up this way?
No, we went that way.
Oh, no, I meant.
No,
You and Rob Roy didn't come up here.
that was over there.
So this is footfall right here. I mean, this is something. Took this out. That could have been us last year, for all I know.
I've never been over this far.
What do you think?
That's pretty steep down, isn't it?
It's really not. This is like the worst part right here. You could go with beans if you want.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you later then.
You bet. See you in a little bit. You guys want the radio?
No, it's all good. This is gonna be. We're gonna be there half the time you guys will be there.
Mm-hmm.
given the marine environment here. Shotgun keeps getting rusty. There's a lot of salt, of course, so important to take care of your gear. What do you think, Damon? We're reviewing footage and audio from last night, and not a whole lot, huh?
You know, so far not a whole lot. A few technical difficulties with the gear, as always. You know, it never seems to fail. But and we're kind of getting back into some of the other stuff too. We had the long-term audio we're looking at from the recorder that's right up there by the fire pit.
Right.
So yeah, it's just kind of a nice kind of review day. We've kind of kicking some ass for the last couple of days. So it's nice to bring all the evidence in, especially while it's still makes sense of context. You know?
Yeah,
that's the hard
all
part.
gets lost.
Yeah, so
Here's the madness of your...
the madness of the desk.
So reviewing the overnight thermal footage. Didn't really get much except for possible small critters. This little guy. This little guy comes in frame.
Yeah, these files are big. I just don't. I want to just straight onto the hard drive. The external.
Well, day number 5. We're closing in on close to a week out here. Just another 2 days. Had to get away, so we're running the generator for a little bit. We haven't had much great weather. I mean, today hasn't been raining as much, just cloudy, starting to drizzle a bit. Day number 5. Haven't done a whole lot today. We woke up on the ridge this morning. Didn't appear to be much going on. We reviewed the audio. A lot of rain, unfortunately, last night, so it was hard to tell much of anything. Thermal surveillance seemed to capture just some smaller critters and birds flying through the area. It's been very quiet so far. I mean, there's been a couple of these wood knock type things, and that seems to mostly be it. A little disappointed. You know, in all honesty, just hoping that something picks up. Obviously, from this point on, we still have another, I guess, 10 days, including today, 9 days. It's getting towards the evening of day 5 here. So on day 7, we'll be swapping out some people. Luca and Damon are going to be heading out. Yeah, I mean, here's to hoping that something else picks up, and we're going to keep trying stuff, and we've got other ideas of things we'd like to try. But it's kind of my thoughts on day 5 here. Just to kind of share, I mean, you know, this is something that I think you see the criticism a lot online, and unfortunately we've been conditioned nowadays to believe that the moment the camera's on, Bigfoot should be appearing, and it's very difficult to actually get, in my opinion, actual legitimate Bigfoot evidence or documentation due to the fact that maybe these things are rare or they're just that elusive. I mean, that's another debate we can have. But you know, the criticism that, oh, nothing happens. I mean, sometimes you come out here and nothing does happen. For me personally, you know, listening to some of the stuff even in the audio last night, I heard possible kind of wood knock type sounds. But with some of that rain and stuff in between, it's nothing good enough that I would feel comfortable with saying this is a potential knock, even putting it in that potential category. Not something I can do my threshold for potential evidence is, I think, pretty high. It's either got to be really clear or really obvious. You know, a good backstory is obviously great in context, but should be able to stand on its own. So that's why a lot of the stuff we've found over these past few years hasn't been, you know, a smoking gun kind of proof sort of thing. I don't know if I'm even necessarily after that. I mean, for me, it's been more of a journey up until this point. Just being able to come out to a location as incredible as this one and spend such an amount of time is beyond a blessing. But I'm still optimistic that, you know, but as we've talked about, you know, and I've talked about with the guys, and we've been saying, even if we got a crystal clear thermal video out here tomorrow or whenever, that wouldn't be enough, because in this day and age with AR technology and all the fakes and everything online, it would either be accused of being a hoax or just outright fake or something along those lines. Nothing really is going to prove it, so I don't even know if I'm necessarily in it to prove what these things are, if they're out here, which I do believe there's something out here. But it's more of a personal journey, I suppose, for myself, and being able to bring people along for the journey with me is part of it, certainly. In the spirit of adventure, something I grew up with, and, you know, really enjoyed hearing stories of others' adventures and being able to create my own now and have so many people want to join and come along with it. So I hope folks do appreciate that, the effort it takes to come out to places like this and the dedication, and I'm not asking to be pat on the back or anything like that. Just trying to talk about these sort of the realistic expectations, I suppose, that I have that, you know, I guess a lot of people don't have, because we've been so inundated with fake TV shows and even fake stuff online that, you know, people expect, they're almost demanding something so hard to produce. So that's another, I suppose, conversation for another day, but these are just my thoughts in the moment, in the field. So I'm going to take this time now and work on my day number 5 journal entry, and you'll have to complete it in the morning, of course, because of tonight's activities. You know, what we end up doing tonight, I'll put it in here later on. I believe it is around 8:45 p.m. right now. Doing another thermal flight right now. Anything unique or interesting? What is that?
That's the
water. Oh
That's
wow,
the water.
Already at the water line.
Yeah, we're kind of at the edge of
So I
that.
think we're closer to this side of the water then.
Okay, now here's the cliff right here. See if I can do a nice pirouette around this tree here while I'll keep the camera on us.
Yeah, how do we? Oh, yeah. Hit the thermal mode. I'm just curious what we look like going through the trees. Oh wow, you could really see us even going through the trees, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Then as you'll look at us, might get blocked a little bit, but
Should be able to pick it up again.
We're just too white. We're too
Yeah.
hot.
You prefer white hot for that? Or?
Yeah, because the rocks really kind of stick out. You know, I can do this, like full
Or red
grass.
hot?
There's the iron red.
Oh wow. What did you film that bear in Bluff Creek with?
It's white hot. White goes. It's red tint actually. It's this one.
Yep. Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
So that's the generator. I'm assuming.
So then
There's us. Okay.
that's us.
Yep.
shot again.
Yep. All right. Very foggy night. The hounds have disappeared. What do you think, Beans?
I think it's a good night. We're going to go up to the fire pit and try and draw attention to ourselves.
Make a show. Spooky out there. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. Ready to go?
Ready. Let's do it.
Alrighty. Let's do it.
What?
Squatch token.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, you brought the big one. Nice.
Alright, so we've got this portable speaker. We're gonna put on a nice little show. Get some music going. So what did we just hear?
So we were sitting here around the campfire and we heard initially what we thought was a boom, and then a few seconds later another one. There it goes again. Followed by a big splash, and we can't see what it is, but I'm pretty sure it's probably a whale breaching.
Yeah, we've had humpbacks come through this here all week, so that sure sounds plausible. We thought it was the glacier calving, which is only 5 or 6 miles away, so. But this is a lot closer. This is right out there.
Do it again. It sounded smaller. Thought they'd be sleeping at night. Oh yeah. Well, it's about 3 a.m. Another very quiet night, just a lot of whale noises and seals and stuff splashing around, but nothing.
Yeah, who knew whales breached at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, nothing much aside from that. Another quiet night. Hopefully tomorrow night we got one more with these guys. Hopefully something happens.
Yeah, the squatches hate us. They're not coming back.
Sun's starting to come up. It's gonna be lighter soon. Well, it's day number 6 out here. Yeah, it's day number 6. I'm losing track of time a little bit. We had us a long night last night by the fire pit. Stayed till about almost after 3 a.m. So the sun was starting to get coming out, so it was getting a little bit brighter out there. Didn't hear anything again. We heard those whales going off and other kind of ocean animals, but man, it's been really quiet. As I was kind of saying the other day, how you can come out to a place like this and have nothing happen. Beans has certainly experienced that in the past, but then you come out other times and a lot of weird things happen. But nothing here has happened really that I can say is definitely potentially interesting. It's just not, criteria is not good enough for me. Yeah, they'd heard some possible knocks and drumming noise, so that's potentially something, but just compared to last year, how much stuff we had happen, it was later in the week. It seems like if it was a similar pattern, I would have expected maybe something to take place so far. So we've got all these experiments and things that we've wanted to try that, largely seem fruitless without any kind of indication that there may be some sort of presence in the area. We've still got the thermal drone for today. Hopefully the rain holds out so we can continue to use that, especially if we get anything tonight. But tomorrow, these guys are going to be heading out, and we're going to be getting a swap of crew, so to speak. But I think today we're going to spend our last day here with the guys, do some exploring, check out maybe some of the areas by this creek that comes out here. That's a fresh water source, so there may be evidence of stuff over there. Maybe we might find other critters and that sort of thing in that area. I think that would be an area to check out, and potential to kind of scope it out, see if there's anything over there. Hopefully the weather holds out today, and we continue to have just these semi-cloudy conditions where we have pretty good visibility for the most part. So that's sort of the plan here.
Schwartz.
Your lightsaber. Okay, we are going to go now to explore that creek over there. Well, there's two creeks, and they feed up into the valley that kind of looks like the direction where wildlife might come from. Mm-hmm. That's where Damon filmed the Sitka deer the other night, up on that bluff, which is kind of above that meadow that's above the two creeks. So I think this will be a cool kind of area to just go check out.
Yeah, plus last time you guys did it, was a ton of snow up there and things like that.
We couldn't get past the cabin over there, yeah.
I think it's a good opportunity to maybe find some tracks of anything.
Yep. So we're going to take the skiff out and just do another beach landing and park it out there. We've got a hair sample up on this scratched up side of this old shed, probably most likely bear, but just in case, figured we might as well collect it. Mm-hmm. So Damon, I'm gonna just ask you, do me a favor and hold this. Thanks.
Nice kit.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my mask on. so as to not contaminate the sample. Hopefully I'm doing this right. I'm not a scientist.
That beer, you should put another one on down the bottom.
Think?
No.
Alright. I'm gonna keep this here for now.
Alright, Luca, turn your head and cough.
Alright, so we got that stuff. Alright, now I've got I think I can sterilize with these prep pads, right? Or should I just pull this out? This has never been opened.
What are you going to put it in?
I have paper bags. So I have these.
You can just kind of pinch through the paper bag and grab it that way without opening that up. Or you can use that obviously.
I've got to open this anyway. I mean, brand new kit.
Yeah, I'd say sterilized. So prep pad.
Okay, so we've got our paper bags. This is just trash. I don't know where to put all this stuff. We'll just drop it on the floor. We'll pick it up afterwards. Okay. Yeah, I don't want the paper bags. Put these in your pocket? Or I'll just put them back in here. That's smart. Okay, let's bust this guy open. Let me know if I'm doing alright, Luca. Is that good?
Yep.
This is how you're supposed to do it?
Looks like it to me.
Yeah,
okay.
Looks like it to me as well.
Alright. Got my paper bag.
Okay, I see what it is now.
Alright, let's go get the sample.
Hold on, before you collect it, let me just get a shot.
You just put that whole thing down, Damon. If you want to take some pictures, we might want to get some pictures of this before I grab it. Let him just get in here. Just for documentation's sake, I just want Damon to get a couple pictures of this, you know. Got it?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, ready? Pulling it off. Yeah, I think that might be brown bear.
Is there actually some left there besides all that?
Yep.
I was thinking we could do a separate bag that you can kind of look at in the microscope, play with.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
That way we can set up that's curiosity with that. Instead of having enough left over for a sample.
Smart. Okay.
If you like that idea.
This guy's in here. I'm not going to lick this to seal it, obviously, but I have the samples in here. So what I'm going to do now is Sharpie, and we'll just label it. Today's date is 23rd? 23rd? 23. Nice, not bad. Well, I don't know if I should put this in a plastic bag or not. I've been told not to put samples in plastic bags, but I believe you can put like
I think it's
paper bag.
Yeah, I think the paper will work.
Alright, so we'll do that. Secure this guy. You know what, I'm just going to grab this whole thing out of here and then hopefully this is right, and you know, feel free to grill me if I'm doing this wrong, but I'm just gonna write on here too. Alrighty, we got it down. So I think what we'll do is we'll put this sample, I don't know if I should keep it in the kit. I probably should have like a allocated slot. I can put this back here. Yeah, that's fine.
This is all one spot then. I don't want to touch anything that's in this kit at all.
Alright, so I'll just put this down here now. I think for this next sample, we can just put it in a plastic bag.
Yeah.
Just because we're not as worried about this sample getting contaminated. This is more for just microscopic analysis, so.
Yeah.
You know what, I'm just even going to grab it with my hand. Just going to be easier that way to grab it.
Yeah, it kind of looks like, what, undercoat, I think?
Yeah, I mean, it was 2 different shades, so.
It's been there long enough to get bleached.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Well, it's in.
Nice find, guys.
Yeah, that's cool. Nothing else like that here, so maybe somebody got, I mean, if it's not there, maybe someone else got used to it, you know? Mm-hmm. That's the hopeful thing.
Here's the masks.
Okay, microscope. Sweet. So that's there. Got our plastic bags back in here. All on the go. There you have it. Whew. All right. So yeah, we don't know what that is. I think probably bear, given it's right near some bear damage, but you see how wide it is here. Maybe something walking by. That's the place to get nicked. So again, most likely bear, but still, we just figured we'd get it just in case, and we'll have that sent out to some people that I'm in touch with that do. There's a current study going on with Professor Darby Orkett, who's doing a DNA study, and then we've also got somebody who will be able to look at just the hair itself. And I'm fully expecting bear. I'm hoping it's brown bear. That'd be really cool to see evidence of brown bears here, because we haven't seen them on this side. Could be a black bear though, because they can have that cinnamon color, and the hair was 2 different colors. It was black and a brownish color. So you know, when in doubt, collect it. Like they say, when in doubt, cast it. We collected the sample. Whatever it is, we don't know, but at least we tried to do the best we could to our ability to collect it. So without having Beans with us, you know, having that law enforcement collection background, I think I did a decent job. I don't know, but we'll have to see what happens with the sample. Yeah, we've got a lot more hair here. I mean, again, that's in a perfect place to get nicked, though. It's all on here. I mean,
it is also where the bear damage is.
Yeah, so it could be black bear. Very, very likely. I don't know. It's kind of hoping. I'm kind of hoping brown bear. That would be really cool.
There's a shitload of hair here.
Hey, here's this guy.
Say what?
Could be some damage.
This break here?
Moving through the area, yeah.
So,
damage is sustained moving through the area.
well, it's kind of twisted. So it was up here. It had to come off this way. So did some, I mean, you know, whack it and turn it. Because it's got, you can see it's got this, it's kind of this twist under. There's, animals don't usually do that. I mean, it could have done that when it fell down naturally. I don't know, how would that go back up there? Let me see. Oh, I'm on. Okay. So something had to knock it off, and it looks like it just fell like that. Yeah, I hit that, turned down. Okay. That still is a weird way for it to come off, so something knocked it off.
Yep. I agree.
a break right here. It's pretty high up. Got higher than me. Yeah, there's definitely a path through here. Yeah, there's definitely a trail through here. I mean, something's gone up here. Oh, there's kind of a little trail here. Looks like that one crosses over there, huh? It goes down to the water. Yeah. So we know that's where they drink. There's a little bit of a slight trail here. Follow this up. You want to go down there? I'm going to go up this way. So we're about to launch it up here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this would be great. Like I said, I think here scared the crap out of me last night because at the cabin from up here just a bit further up, I lost signal, and thankfully the return to home worked just like it was supposed to.
Well, luckily we're closer to the valley now. We can survey it.
Yeah, I hope so. Screen recording this too. There we go. There's a critter.
You got a critter? Oh wow.
It's like a bird though.
Zoom in on it.
Oh wait, nope.
You got something?
Got something. Let's see.
You got something on there.
Is it moving?
Might be a rock, but it definitely is warm.
Yeah, it stood out more than the rocks have. I feel like right above it now. Oh. Oh yeah. What is that? You want to zoom in on it? What is it?
Well, let's go visible. Zoom in. It's right there, whatever it is.
That brown thing?
Yeah.
Please be a Sasquatch. Whoa, what is it? It's moving its head.
I believe.
Is it laying down?
I think it's a...
Is it a deer, a bear?
God, I can't... I kind of want to say an ungulate of some sort.
I mean, maybe a...
Oh, there's the head. It moved.
Ears?
It's a deer. You
Yeah?
can see the ears right at the top of the head, kind of flopping back and forth there. Yeah.
Can you go back to thermal?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah, if you look, just watch him, you can see the ears kind of flop when he kind of does this.
Yep.
Oh, but that's a great sign though, look at that.
That is an awesome sign. Second deer. Again, this animal's not supposed to be here. We're capturing evidence of it.
Okay. Well, it's probably not the only one in that little meadowy spot.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Like I said, this thing just popped.
Dude, it's, yeah. Well, see, when I noticed that too, I'm like, that, you said it might be a rock, and I'm like, I don't know, man. And obviously you have more experience recognizing stuff, so. Is that something? No.
This is the stump of a tree sticking straight
I
up.
know. Imagine something just starts running off. Large biped.
Yeah. Let me run do some crisscrosses across this meadow.
Yeah, it's nice to have someone looking over your shoulder because I'm trying to fly, keep track of this stuff
Yeah.
too. I miss things.
So that's why I'm like scanning. How high up are we now? Okay, we're still following the creek. Yep.
Yeah, still in the creek here.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
A little ways to go in this bowl here. Here's the other creek right here.
Oh, do they converge?
Yeah, looks like it.
Wow.
Right, well, past where I'm at. It's like back over here.
Right.
But you know, if I were a Squatch or something like that, what a great place to live. You got water in the middle.
Yeah. Get a deer coming through. Yeah. Go down to the beach for some seafood. I'm gonna go.
Signals coming out.
Hey. Moose. We don't know what it is. It looks like a deer, but we'll check it out later on a bigger screen. But it's good to see that there's other food sources up here.
10-4. I'm back at the cabin. Everything's 10-4 here.
All right, cool. We are gonna fly for a bit, and then we'll make our way back.
What's that?
Oh,
over there. That's probably definitely a bird. Like a big one. What's it?
Oh yeah, look how it's glowing. Can we see
It
it?
looks like an eagle.
Oh, cool. Oh, is that a porcupine? What is that?
It doesn't look like a bird.
I don't know what that is. Baby squatch, we're calling it.
Yeah, baby squatch
We're
in
calling
the tree.
it. No, just kidding. Oh yeah. Kind of looks like a porcupine, but I'm not sure.
Pretty round.
I don't know what a wolverine's supposed to look like. So hey, another critter.
Wolverines are more long than round, I believe.
Yeah, this makes me happy seeing more of these guys.
Yep. It's a good sign. Oh, there's something.
Yeah, he looks definitely deer-like. Oh wait.
What if it's a wolf? It's not the same deer, is it?
I don't think so.
Regular mode?
I think he's right in there. Yep. Oh wait. Yep. Ah. IR. There's a bull. Let's
So zoom in on it?
Zoom in on him. Yeah, that looks like just another deer to me.
Go back to IR if you don't mind.
Which again is excellent.
Yeah,
Can you see
you
the
can
head?
see the body shape, yeah. Wow, well, again, another good sign. 2 deers and whatever that was in the tree.
Oh, okay. Let's go up one more level. That's
Getting foggy.
There we go. We got some more. We got some more meadow over here.
I've caught a few drones in my time period. Well, the other day, scariest on the boat.
Yeah, I'll bring it to you. Here we go. Let's start.
Seagull got murdered here. No bones, just feathers.
Yeah, it's seagull. Yeah, something took it in there and ate it.
Potential knock over here. I mean, it drew my attention. and I turned my head. So there was definitely a noise because I turned my head like instinctively.
Well, what happened?
I thought I heard like a clunk, and I instinctively turned my head to look at it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
it was pretty faint, but I still drew my game.
Yeah. Get that drone up again.
But with the creek.
No, because it does go downhill from here. I can't see too far.
Potential clunk?
Yeah. But with the creek there, it's
Hard to tell.
probably just the creek.
I don't know how often I've heard of random funks in creeks, some of them moving fast like they are,
Yeah,
just as like a rock turns over or something.
Yeah.
But
Alright, so Luca thought he heard a clunk back there. We're moving back towards the boat right now. We come over here, so that's where the second creek is in there. Hear a bird of some kind. But move down here kind of quietly.
hey, Alex, come here. Can you hear me?
He's way far back.
Oh shit.
What do you see?
Well, I don't think it's a crater, but that's the hard part. I can't really tell because I'm moving, you know?
Yeah.
But in relation to things around it, not really, but God. Squatch will sit there and stare at you and not even move.
How far up is it?
Is it? Yeah, I'm picking them up straight through. Right through. It's like I got a seam between this tree, that tree, and this one back there. It's straight back there, right up in there, and there's something warm up there. It hasn't really moved though. It's the same shape. It hasn't changed at all. Let's see here. Well, okay, that must be it. And actually widening my field of view a little bit and kind of looking around, there's actually, it looks like there's a tree back there that has similar temperature up high and up there, so I'm thinking it, I'm just, oh boy, that's pretty warm now. I wonder if I'm moving.
Spotted something on the thermal here. Backtracking a little bit. See it?
No. Come on. Had a thermal hit back here.
Seriously?
But,
We weren't sure if it was like an inanimate object or anything.
yeah, it was super warm.
What'd you think it was, Damon?
It was so it was between two trees on behind it, and kind of lowish, kind of sitting under there, a little undefined, but it was kind of vertical.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it was a head or anything like that, but it was just a kind of sticking between some.
Are you
points.
filming?
I did film it, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna jump up here with. I got a filming.
Go right there.
see a tree glowing over there. Got a tree glowing over there. That might be what was giving that off.
That's probably it.
There's no way something won't be able to get away that quickly. You did hear that weird noise though. What do you think, Damon? Last night, what did you think of today?
Today was a great day. I was looking forward to spending some time trying to gather evidence. Look for evidence. We've been sort of in awe of everything around us. Like, wow, this is cool. Wow, these are rocks, and forgetting what we're here for. Nice hike up the path, up the way. Looks like we found some possible hair, some interesting hair. I should say, more than likely, it's probably a bear of some sort, but. We're going to check it out. The drone footage, great drone footage today. With the couple of deer, the porcupine in the tree. Interesting tracks with the various game trails around there, things like that. It was a good day.
Like you said, it kind of validates the equipment.
Yeah, it does. You're always wondering, like, does this even work anymore? Is there anything up here? Because we weren't finding anything all week. I mean, we finally found that one deer, but today was pretty amazing, actually, on the stuff that we were able to find.
Awesome. Yeah. Well,
as you can see, the deer, they just pop right out. It's unbelievable.
Last night here, any kind of closing thoughts?
Yeah, I wish it wasn't the last night here. Back to reality, right? But, we got one more night. We're just going to hang out and enjoy it. Enjoy the company. And, that's about it.
Sweet.
Hopefully the Squatches will pay us a visit.
Share some thoughts.
I don't really know what to say, but...
Well, what did you think of today?
Today was cool. We got to hike up to a cabin that's sort of abandoned. We're not really sure. But, that side of the bay... It's a lot more gnarly in terms of rocks and trees and creeks compared to up past this cabin. So it was slow going, but it was awesome to be hiking out here. In terms of potential Sasquatch activity, we might have got something on the audio as we were going through it, so that's pretty cool to see.
What did you hear today? You thought you heard something?
Yeah, as we were walking down from the cabin over there, I thought I heard a couple of knocks, but it's hard to say with the creek running right by you. The creek can make some strange noises that makes it sound like something else. But it was an awesome day. I'm glad to have come out here. I wish it wasn't the last day, but I'm stoked to be out here, honestly. So.
Well, Damon, before we wrap it up, he mentioned a good point that we heard some stuff while we were reviewing the audio today. Potential kind of knock-like noises.
Oh, yeah. So I had the overnight audio that we placed on Sunday when we got here.
It was just running the whole time.
It's been running every night. That first and second night, there's quite a few knocks or rock clacks. I haven't quite decided yet. I'm trying to decide if it's seal slaps. On the water here, we've been hearing that a lot, all week. But it doesn't all come together because there's no water splash in there either. So it needs another second look. That was just a cursory look this afternoon. So it's going to take another just a quiet time with some headphones on to really kind of evaluate what it was. But it was they were interesting.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought it was kind of intriguing. So we're going to head up now. Just go back to our campsite from a couple nights ago, hang out there, get some stuff, and kind of see what's poking around. It's pretty light out. It is now just about almost 12:20, and the woods are very dark and creepy, but not the environment. So
it's like midnight, and it's like
that's the thing here. The rest of that night was quiet. As the trip wrapped up for Damon and Luca, we found that these last couple of days proved to be overall quiet, but were a validation of equipment such as the thermal drone. This is a technology that I believe will become an essential part of field research going forward, especially as these thermal drones become cheaper and more available, as has happened with handheld thermal units over the past decade. While we didn't capture anything unusual, being able to work with this tech for the past week was an eye-opener for sure. So, morning number 7, getting ready to head out to take these guys, fly out. Damon.
We're very sad.
Yeah.
I'm super sad.
But we're gonna leave some, we're gonna have a camera underneath the cabin, right? While we're gone?
Yeah, I'm excited about that. I don't know if we're going to be gone long enough to raise some curiosity for something to come down and check out the cabin, but I've put it in a pretty sweet spot. I think it's relatively undetectable, and it's right under the area where we found the handprints. So hopefully we're going to be gone almost all day, if not all day. So hopefully something will come down to check out the cabin to see if anybody's around, and if anything, we'll get a shot of some legs walking by.
Yep, I'm gonna set up a audio recorder right now on the deck and just have that run pretty much as long as the battery goes. So we're gonna set that up and then see what happens. Hopefully the cycle repeats and something decides to come out here. Alright, setting up the audio recorder right now. Put it in a dry bag and just leave it hanging here and just let it run. Okay, audio is rolling. Going into the dry bag where it'll hang out. And then I'm gonna hang it right up here. So it should, with the mic pointed out, it should be, audio should be out that in that direction. So, Damon, you're leaving with a souvenir? What do you got there?
Absolutely. It's many pounds of halibut.
Yeah, you got a bunch of halibut?
Awesome catch earlier, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, this works. Yeah, what a weird fish these things are.
Big halibut. Luca, what do you think? Leaving?
Yeah, I mean, it's sad. It's always sad to leave someplace.
Good times?
Yeah, great times.
All right, let's get you home. Most of that day was spent driving to and from Anchorage, but we needed to get back to Area A as quickly as possible due to bad weather incoming on the ocean. A little bit crazy out here. What do you think, Rebecca?
I think I should have set up my cameras before we started.
Yeah. Just trying to capture some of this craziness.
I got interested in Bigfoot
a few years back, about 10 years ago. Wasn't really that into it, and then went through a time in my life where I needed a distraction, just really started reading, and thankfully the books I came across when I was interested in it were the good books, like Dr. Meldrum's book, Dr. Bindernagel, John Green, Grover Krantz, those kind, and then some other names, but really was diving into some of the good books. And there were some books on cases, different sightings, just really interesting. And I was living in Pennsylvania at the time, got a chance to come out to Washington and fell in love with it, eventually ended up moving there and got involved with the Olympic project, and that opened up some doors, meeting some really cool people who are really good friends, and eventually got to be an investigator with the BFRO. I'm not as active in that right now because there's been other things going on.
We had previously worked with Rebecca and much of the Olympic project crew while visiting them on Washington's Olympic Peninsula in 2021. This included a visit to the so-called nest site they have been studying for a number of years. You can see some of this in our film On the Trail of Bigfoot: The Discovery, as well as one of the earliest Beyond the Trail films titled Olympic Bigfoot, seen here on YouTube. With Rebecca being a seasoned Sasquatch field researcher, she was a logical choice to join us for part of the expedition. Ever since the stories of the strange baby crying noises emanating from this location, in association with women visiting, we had wanted to bring out female researchers in hopes that it might take place again. I'll back up a little bit and explain for those who might be unaware of what I'm talking about. When I first began communicating with the property owner Scott back in 2021, nearly a year prior to our first visit to Area A in May of 2022, he had sent me a variety of intriguing audio recordings they had captured on location. Most of these were somewhat ape-like in nature, sort of the typical alleged Sasquatch-like audio. But there was one recording unlike the rest, which sounded like some sort of crying noise.
So the first year I kept a journal, and I made an entry while loading materials on the beach, heard what sounded like a baby crying in the woods, and I just wrote weird.
While it is intriguing to me, it is not conclusive proof of anything. I've heard various theories from others about what animal could explain the baby crying audio. Some have suggested a fox, despite their presence on the Kenai Peninsula being very rare. Others have said perhaps an otter or even a porcupine. While I can't discount any of those, I have yet to find a close match to any known animal with this audio. That doesn't mean it's not possible to do, however, as wildlife can produce unique sounds that will differ from known recordings. I welcome any theories or suggestions in the comments below, or social media, or via email, if you have any explanation to offer. The more intriguing element of this audio is that according to Scott, it has only been heard a couple of times, and on each of those occasions, it was when women happened to be present on the property.
It's only when women are out here. It's never, we haven't heard it, it's only when women are out here. It's just a strange thing.
Statistically speaking, with the amount of trips Scott and his companions have made to this location over the years, one would expect that they would have heard this sound on at least more than a few occasions. With the vast majority of trips out there being primarily men, why is it that this strange sound has only ever been heard on the few occasions women have been there? That certainly raised some questions for me. This strange baby crying story stood out in particular. In the culture of the Tlingit people of southeast Alaska, there is a story of the Kushtaka, or Otter Man, which is described as a hairy man-like creature. The Kushtaka was described as emitting a crying sound in order to lure women towards them. Thinking about that further made me wonder about the stories of the Kushtaka actually being a Sasquatch swimming, as there have been reported sightings of these creatures swimming between channels on Vancouver Island, British Columbia, and even in southeast Alaska. We figured it would be interesting to see if during the rest of this week, the presence of a female researcher in the mix would have any effect on potential activity.
Isn't that crazy?
I do reserve the right to run back to the cabin if we hear the baby crying.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, maybe that'll get someone's attention.
Yeah, I'll be like, okay, your hypothesis is proven. I'm going inside. Thanks, that was really cool. I've gotten to do that in different places, and I never got that echo or that.
It's like an amphitheater. Scott says, whole day's like an amphitheater. And that's what's so difficult when you hear a noise, especially if you're down at the cabin. It's hard to tell which direction it's coming from. Like when I heard that mystery gunshot, I don't know if it was behind me or in forward. I mean, it sounded like it was from behind me.
Do you think it could have been up here, but it echoed down there and bounced back at you?
It's possible. I mean, it sounded like
something up on that hill.
It sounded well. The hill that's up there is even bigger than this one. That's where Scott says he hears the hollow baseball bat sound from more often. Hoping they come back and.
Well, that's the first feminine sound, right? You guys have been doing all kinds of
we've been doing all kinds of
macho stuff.
Stupid human male noises. Maybe that'll, like I said, soften our presence a bit.
No pressure.
The lens cap is off. Was that a bird?
I'm not sure, because it was... It's just far enough away, it's hard to tell.
I know.
But it's shrieky. So it could be a shorebird, but it doesn't quite sound like it's a gull. I mean, it could be some kind of... You got a lot of sea ducks up here. I just thought that was really... I thought that could have been the
mind
preamble.
immediately went to the baby.
Yeah, me too. Is that the direction you can hike up higher?
Yeah, I mean, I like the shortcut which takes over here. You go up on the ridge. It's a bit of a... I mean, it's not a haul, but it's doable.
But does anything go...
Yeah, there's a trail. We'd have to go back down towards the cabin and then go up the old logging road to get up that hill.
Okay.
The shortcut is this way. Because I have a path that's like a runoff path, and that takes us right to our camp over there.
I just was trying to get an idea of...
Yeah. Because the camp, like I said, at some point, even if we don't end up staying up there, we will have to go get those tents and bring all that stuff back.
Oh, yeah,
because I need to bring
my tent back, and then I want to leave Scott's stuff, and it's just going to be wet all week up there.
If we hear that again, now I hadn't set audio out yet because I was going to do it before bed. Did anybody else have it running right now?
No, the only thing to be running is the songbird.
Oh, I thought, okay.
I don't think Beans did. I had my audio running today, but the battery was dead, and I didn't switch it before we left. I had it running while we were gone all day, because...
Yeah. Well, no, because you weren't here, yeah.
Our theory is that a lot of stuff happens when nobody's around. That's why Beans had that camera under there, and that's why I left the audio out. That was weird. I mean, I don't know. Could be a bird, because it got close and then it was far, so I think it was probably some kind of bird.
Yeah, at first I thought maybe it was that lynx we were talking about, kind of doing their little growly meow, but it wasn't quite.
Yeah.
Did have more of a bird-like sound to it, but it was creepy.
It was definitely creepy.
I mean, whatever you want to do during this week, but I'm up for hiking up higher if we want to do any kind of calling or singing or anything.
Yeah, we could definitely do it. All right, Rebecca, so you've been out here now for a few hours. You've gotten a chance to see kind of the layout. What do you think of the area so far? I mean, first impressions and thoughts.
It's breathtakingly beautiful. It's wild, and I can't see why something couldn't stay hidden in this area. I've seen this place on film, so it felt familiar, but because it's in real life, it felt surreal. It didn't feel right. At the same time, it's really exciting to actually be here and actually hear some of the sounds and
hear that? That's a seal.
Oh.
So another day out here. It's overcast today, not very rainy, which is nice. Cold. We got some mountain views coming through. We've had Rebecca here since yesterday. We got in last night. Not a whole lot. We were kind of tired, but we did go up to the upper fire pit a little bit. Now we've just kind of been hanging out. I've gotten a little sick, got a little cold or something, a little bit of a cough. So we're kind of taking it easy today. Maybe we'll go up to the hill up there, Beans later, and just kind of check things out.
Oh, there's a little puncture right there.
So what are we looking at here?
So I found this earlier today. There has been storms going on, so this got washed up. Didn't quite know what it was. Tried looking it up online. Beans actually, because we were both looking it up, and he found Mermaid's purse. And so I started looking into it more, and sharks, stingrays, and scapes actually, this is how they protect their eggs. I'm not getting a good thing behind here.
I think there's a second, let me see the flashlight for a second. There may be.
But this is what they
this is the bright
protect their eggs with, a little egg case.
Oh wow, that's pretty cool.
And it's really rare to find them, and it's rare to find them intact. There's liquid in there, but I'm not seeing anything in there. I'm actually concerned. I'm kind of concerned that it's broken back here a little bit, because it's really rare apparently to find them intact. It's punctured. No, it is punctured. But I'm going to put it back in the water anyway, because I want to make sure if there is anything in it.
That's pretty awesome.
But yeah, it's not the rare animal we were looking for, but
it's not a Sasquatch.
Yeah.
This location has a lot of stuff.
Send it off into the water.
Yeah, just watch your step there. It might be slippery.
Yeah. I don't want to take it home unless I know it's empty.
Right. There is a big contrast from the shoreline to the nearby ocean, but together it creates a rich habitat for a variety of species. During our first week on location, while we had not witnessed much in the way of wildlife with the thermal drone, the fact that the Sitka black-tailed deer were seen speaks to the presence of a potential prey species. While out here last year, the only ungulate we witnessed from a distance were mountain goats, which we already knew were present based off of game trails up in the mountains we had hiked on. We never saw any of the Sitka deer or moose either, but we did find evidence of moose tracks while exploring a bay attempting to get to a glacier. So those are some potential food sources for a predator. When it comes to larger predators and scavengers, we witnessed evidence of quite a few. Last year we saw a number of black bears feeding up on a hill above us, in the same area as the moose tracks. We also came upon fresh black bear tracks in the snow while hiking up the mountain behind the cabin. As for brown bears, we knew they were around, with Scott having a possible sighting up on a mountainside while we were in the boat. It would have been fascinating to see some from a distance. But brown bears are definitely something that makes us wary and cautious each time while in the forest. Last year we had also discovered possible lynx prints near our camp on the ridge. This was preceded by audio from the night before of what sounds to me like a lynx. With lynx being the only large feline in Alaska, it seemed like a likely possibility. As for the wildlife, these are just a few examples of what is found terrestrially here. As we just showed with the video of the skate egg that Rebecca had discovered, the marine life in this area is extremely rich as well. Between last year's expedition and this current trip, we have witnessed so much of the sea life found in Alaska's coastal waters. Between the large and majestic humpback whales, to orcas swimming about and feeding, to the many seals, sea lions, as well as sea otters. The plentiful nature and large variety of fish here is also remarkable, between the halibut, various salmon species, rockfish, and much more. With this environment hosting so many incredible animals, this is a reason that is not far-fetched, in my eyes at least, for something like a Sasquatch to reside in these areas relatively undetected and undisturbed. Moreover, Area A is a microcosm of a wider habitat. Spanning over 2,500 miles of coastline, the Pacific temperate rainforests span from northern California through the American Pacific Northwest, into coastal British Columbia, the Alaskan Panhandle, and across the Kenai Peninsula and towards Kodiak Island, Alaska. While overall they share very similar traits from south to north, there are some differences in plant life. At the very southern tip of these Pacific temperate rainforests lie the majestic redwoods, while further north into Oregon and Washington, coastal Douglas fir trees play a large role in the habitat, stretching into British Columbia. The southeastern Alaskan rainforests are filled with Sitka spruce, western hemlock, red cedar, and shore lodgepole pine trees, while the ones surrounding us here at Area A are more of a Sitka spruce and mountain hemlock dominated forest. For one reason or another, it is these temperate rainforests that have produced so much of the Sasquatch lore and legend over the centuries, between the indigenous stories of old to more contemporary ones. Perhaps it is because much of this vast area is still extremely remote and frontier-like, especially in the Canadian and Alaskan portions, such as the forest we find ourselves in. Or perhaps it has to do with the high precipitation levels, as some have theorized would be necessary for a primate-like creature to survive in. These are not new theories at all, but looking around at this environment, it does seem to just make sense when you've been on location, or to a similar place, of which there are thousands of across this vast Pacific coastline. So, you know, you've heard about this place before. You've obviously seen our videos. You've been out here like 24 hours or so. heard some of the stories. What were your kind of impressions going in, just about the whole area in general, before you came here, I suppose?
Well, thankfully I had a little bit of an idea what it would look like after you did the films. So that kind of prepared me, I thought, for what I was going to see and experience here. But just, gosh, has it only been 24 hours practically? It hasn't been that long. And I'm looking at the mountains right now, and I'm blown away that this is here. I don't think the films prepared me for how beautiful and rugged and remote it is, and just, I kept saying breathtaking earlier, but beautiful country, the wildlife just that I've seen since being here, things that I've wanted to see my whole life. Never knew if I'd ever get up this way, and I'm just thrilled. Had an otter taunting me right before we were filming this. Was stalking him earlier. He keeps getting away from me, but
He'll keep playing the game.
sea otter,
It's
yeah.
fun for him.
Got the seal on.
So, you guys have done a lot of stuff with the Olympic Project, the Nest site, and you and Chris go down to areas in kind of closer to you in the Mount St. Helens area and that kind of Skamania County, right in that area.
Cowlitz and Lewis County area, yeah, in Skamania.
You've heard some of the stories from this location. I mean, does it parallel any of the stuff in your experience with like other Bigfoot cases that you've heard, kind of behavior and that sort of thing? Or what are your thoughts on that?
Well, just from what I've heard from here, a lot of it matches a lot of stories in general. Just what's the perceived aggression when humans come into an area that hasn't been inhabited, rock throwing, vocals, and just that. I think it's just natural. It's hard to pick similarities of behaviors specifically. I guess I'm saying you hear something and you go, oh, that sounds like this, or it sounds like that story I've heard. And I feel like this place, there's a lot of little things that kind of add up to where you can say, well, we don't have footage, it's a Bigfoot, but it follows the path of what could be Bigfoot activity. And I find the rocks really interesting, like the rocks being thrown in the boat, because there's really not anything else that we know of that's going to be doing that. And the Stellar Jays are bigger out here, but I don't think they're doing it. Well, I'm hoping, just being I guess I'm the female presence here this trip, just hoping that in general. I don't know whether that means just my voice being different, or smell, or it not just being the guys peeing everywhere. But I'd like to try out some singing in some different areas, see if maybe that'll bounce around a little bit or just draw some interest. Nothing fancy, just kind of change things up a little bit. See if that brings anything in you guys can film.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we're all obviously looking for answers, right? It's been very quiet so far this week, but it has just been a bunch of us here. And then, do you have any other goals aside from just like the Bigfoot stuff out here? Just in terms
out here?
The wildlife, you're big on that. You bought like a bunch of field guides and stuff.
Yeah, that's what's funny is if it wasn't Bigfoot, I would be, if I'd had the opportunity to do this, I'm thrilled I got the opportunity to be here. It's funny because Bigfoot is a big part of my life because of, everything we do, everyone I'm around, but if this wasn't a Bigfoot trip, I think I'd still be, I would still be, just bopping around here, trying to film things and looking at things. I was picking up shells and little mussels and things down there. I'm the odd nature nerd, so I would just be doing this anyway. I really want to, just experience it and take in all I can and film as much of it. I don't know if that's making any sense. I'm normally behind a camera.
No, it's all good. Anything else you want to add or anything else you want to say?
Really encouraged to see some of God's creation. That's how he left it. It's beautiful out here. I'm just really grateful to be here.
currently making my way back up to the upper fire pit. Wish I could demonstrate how dark it is, but it's also somewhat light. I mean, it's a very dusk-like darkness. I can walk without a flashlight with fair ease, but look up into the trees and you just see a bunch of blobs and shapes and stuff like that. Very ominous kind of feeling. I don't know if that's visible at all. One of our more startling experiences from last year here at the upper fire pit, and indeed one of the reasons I like to hang out up there, was when in the middle of conversing randomly around the fire, we were interrupted by some very prominent wood knocks and what sounded like rocks being thrown into the water and hitting objects on the way down.
Yeah, the smoke.
Whoa. We've rehashed and retold the incident in detail in previous videos, so I'll focus on a different angle about the incident. What struck me about the actual sounds of the knocks was how similar it sounded to a Latin percussion jam block instrument. This is something that has been reported at Area A previously, with Scott telling us to only use an actual jam block to attempt wood knocks, likely due to the similarity in sound.
So then, do we at any point during the night want to attempt doing any wood knocks?
That's a question.
If we absolutely only with what he has, okay?
Sure.
With the gaff and that, because I told you about the Latin block doesn't seem
the block. Yeah. So yeah, we'll try that as well. Yeah.
So we have the wooden handle gaff, and if you hit the handles together, it sort of makes a different sound. I don't know what's different about it, but whatever's different about it seems to make them more reactive to.
Here's the sound of that jam block instrument. Now here's a comparison between the knocks we recorded and the jam block. The similarity seems to be somewhat intriguing. Without getting into the variety of theories about wood knocking itself, it makes me wonder how in such a constantly wet and mossy environment, where finding a good stick or even rock to attempt a knock with are tough to find, just how something could mimic such a sound. That, however, is not a question we have the answer to at the moment, as we are not even sure of the origins of those knocking sounds. That's the thing out here, it's like doing gifts or food, it's just sketchy because you don't have a bear, God forbid a brown bear, get interested in that and it screws things up.
Is a bird going off? Did you hear that?
Yeah, it's like down to the dock.
Sounded like rocks. Well, we called and no answer, and we knocked and no answered, so
Nobody's home, huh? Or they're just like, oh, we're not giving in. Not that easily. Can't say we didn't try. We have better attempts than this, but at least we got out here.
It's early in the week too.
Yeah. All I'm thinking about now is warm bed. Unless someone wants to startle us on the way down.
Yeah.
Looks so cool. Well, I think we can call it.
Got my audio. I'm just tripping over.
Oh yeah, out here you don't want to trip on stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff is definitely a lot of places to get caught up on. Seems pretty quiet. Just weird how that saw-whet owl isn't going off. It's usually pretty loud. The saw-whet owl.
Any new handprints?
What's that?
Any new handprints?
Don't know what killed us.
Bacon's a good way to die.
Inside before the birds get it. Eggs are done.
On this day, I started to feel a little more sick. Initially having a cough the day before, but it seemed to get a little worse overnight. Despite this, I still wanted to make the most of our time out there. So we opted to go for a hike on our side of the bay, in order to survey the area and look for anything interesting.
So here, you running?
Yep.
So here is where I noticed
that
See
weird
that pointing.
Yeah.
I mean, I noticed it from back here, so I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. But that's one of the things that's also kind of suspect about it is it's so obvious.
Yeah. You put the camera up past it?
The camera is right across from it.
Mm-hmm. All right, cool.
There's the camera right there, see it?
Yep. That's weird. It's kind of strange, huh? Well, there's that big break next to it too. A little bit weird. It's like a P or an R. And you got whatever this is over here. Just another break. I mean, it could be totally natural.
There's no twists. These are all clean breaks.
Yeah.
The weird thing about that one is you've got the top of that branch going backwards at that weird angle.
Yeah, it's... You know, it's weird enough to just say, huh, but...
This one, though, it's bent.
Well...
Do you hear that?
Yeah.
Is that what you heard?
No. I heard like an engine sound.
That sounded like a bird to me.
That one is bent too, right in front of you.
Yeah. Came up over there.
Man, it could be anything. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Could that be his cabin?
That was up there.
Oh, I thought
It
it
sounded
was
like
down
it
there.
came from down there. See, the acoustics are weird here.
Hold on. Could that have been John? He said he was going to do...
I think that's John. Because it definitely sounded like it could be John.
To me, it sounded like it was up there. That's funny because...
Facing that way, so the
I
sound
know,
comes up
I know.
and it bounces off and it hits.
That's the problem with this place, yeah. Well, you never know. I mean, what if we get back there and John's like, yeah, I decided not to leave the
I've
cabin.
been taking a nap since you... Actually, I saw him walk out on the porch as we were coming. I saw him through the bunk room window. Walk out on
I can always check on the walkie with him. Hey, John, do you copy? Repeat, John, do you copy? Yeah, he's not answering. He's probably outside. Well, that's fine. That's alright. See, here you've got more weird kind of stuff.
You guys haven't been up?
See that?
Yeah, that's pretty large.
Kind of weird. No, I'm pretty sure we would be the only people that hiked up here last year. We found tons of stuff like this that was just little, probably deer and goat too. Because the goats will come down here. They found goat tracks in the snow outside the cabin before.
I'm walking all the way up there. I should probably get a fucking shot of it, huh?
Yeah, we were talking about the other day differences between here and the nest site. How there's that ravine with those fingers, and that's where the nests were. The geography here is just different, so there isn't really that kind of those ability for those ravines and fingers. So up here it's all just goes straight up from the sea. You don't really have much flat.
Has that been factored in that there could be less activity because if there's a breeding population, maybe they've moved to a better area for birthing?
I don't know.
Because this is pretty
Well, the
sketchy.
problem is like different years. Like there's been activity in May. There's been activity in June. There's been activity in
Okay.
like
Yeah.
all summer long.
Yeah, even the early and the later parts of the year. And then there just won't be anything. So it's like, I don't know if there's really much of a pattern that can be established. Because they could literally just move 2 bays over and have all the same resources they have here. Maybe they're following the deer.
I'm starting to think they just make a circuit. And sometimes they just happen to be here when we're here, and sometimes they're not. I don't know if they're after the deer or something else.
Because, yeah, I think I agree that the novelty or the aggression towards the cabin seems to largely have subsided after the first few years. Because they don't seem that is much of a threat anymore. So they've adapted their behavior. So they're not as actively. Before it was like they would come here and like mess with stuff, right?
Yeah.
They would mess with Scott. They would mess with people using logging equipment. And that's the case in a lot of places where you have reports of logging and then activity going on at the edges of those kind of logged out areas.
The first year I got here, like one of the first things, I mean, like we were off the, you know, we had the boat unloaded, and Scott's like, all right, I'm gonna fire up the chainsaw. This always gets him riled up. And he's cutting, you know, wood, and, you know, he's like, now just wait. And nothing happened.
Yeah.
Because the first year I came out here, not really much happened.
So you just can't predict it. It's just so unpredictable.
And honestly, since I've been coming out here, like, I mean, we've had stuff happen for sure, but like not like it used to be.
Yeah. A pile of scat now. I thought this was a little den. It's just a rock underneath a stump.
There's a little trail up to it up here.
Yeah, there's nothing. I thought it was scat. It just looks like bark. It's kind of burnt. Looks like this was a kill site. We got a lot of porcupine quills in here. Yeah. Look at all that. Lots of hair. He said, Beans, you said you found scat up here?
Yeah, so just on the other side of this log,
okay,
over there's some hairy scat. Looks like predator scat.
Am I stepping on it?
No, it's like, hold on a second.
I must have missed it. Oh, I see it. Right here. Yeah, you're right. Yep, right here. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, so we've got some scat. Could be lynx. Looks like he was maybe eating a porcupine. So there's not a bad place for a cat to hang out. We do have lynx audio from last year, so we found some bones too. Yeah. Be cool to find some skull or something, but
I imagine the rodent's probably made off with all that.
Yeah, that just goes to show how nothing lasts much in these environments, critter-wise. Found a game trail over here.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, yeah, there's definitely one.
Breaks along the way here.
Yeah.
Something's over here. Oh, is this old marker?
Oh, what?
Old marker. It's like looks like a 4x4.
Old marker?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that. Oh, don't get a splinter.
Yeah, I didn't want to touch the metal part.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
This was on the ground. Actually, there's writing in here. I saw it shiny from over there.
I saw some on the other side of the bay.
I don't know if I want to say the name out loud just in case. Yeah.
Interesting.
It was just laying downhill from here, so it came from that.
Yep. So it looks like nobody's really been here in a while.
We'll see how close we can get this to the.
That is definitely intriguing because that is, I mean.
Look how it flexes around. See how it flexes around the log? See here? It continues on through here.
Well, look at there too. There's another one. Let's see if there are any hairs or anything in here.
Yeah, that's an interesting impression though, because
it really is.
It's long. It's longer than my foot, and it curls around to the front of the log there and pushes the moss down. And then we've got this confluence of like
weird
fallen
stuff,
limbs that all like meet in this like jumble.
Well, see, look at where my impression just was right there. Comparing it to that, I mean, this looks like it's worn. I mean, you've got 1, 2 right next to each other. So, what to make of it? And this is the hill above the outhouse, kind of. Again, huh?
Both sides.
Both sides.
There's gotta be a cat coming and going. Because I think it wouldn't if it's bare. It'd be up.
So, well, it depends on the size of the bear. But see, we've got this curious like shaven area off this tree here on both sides, and the same
second time, yeah.
The same thing down there, and there's another one down there.
Bet you we'd find another one, yeah. Little trail marker.
Is there any chance somebody could have whacked them?
Like a human?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, it's not impossible.
Yeah, it's
'cause we're
definitely possible. But yeah, look at this too. This is worn. This whole thing is worn. You can see crossings here. And I can't even get on that. It's getting slippery. A lot of use right here. Look at this little jumble in here, and there's like definitely where stuff has been crossing.
Slinking through the forest like a cat.
Yep, both sides. Again.
Yeah, it's pretty curious, and it's not. I mean, there's not like defined claw marks. It doesn't. It's very smooth.
So I found this right here.
Yeah, but the bark
Yep.
has been removed on both sides, all the way down this trail, and it looks like maybe there's some more down there.
Yeah, there is. There is. It's like a crude trail marker. Yeah, here you go. Look at this. I mean, this is not old. But yeah, look at this. This almost looks like a little chop. But here's the thing.
I feel like it's too clean to be an animal.
Look at that.
That's like one.
That is right where that came from. So you got boom. So this was just right here. And if there's
Looks like a machete or something.
Yep.
there's a small one on this side.
I'd say machete or axe.
But this is recent because I'm just able to find.
There's a little bit of sap coming out of some of them too, so it's not super old.
That's weird though.
Maybe somebody was going to be surveying out here.
That evening, we decided to take the bigger boat out to venture into other bays and inlets in the surrounding area. Perhaps much of the wildlife have moved into areas such as neighboring bays, and maybe the Sasquatch follow. With Damon having left, we lost the skills he brought to the table with his thermal drone piloting abilities, so we were hoping to focus more on cruising the shoreline to survey these areas from the boat. Looking into these areas really exemplifies the scale of this rainforest frontier. A feeling of human insignificance intensifies in the face of these rugged places, many of which likely haven't been traversed by human beings in quite some time. In the areas we did notice some former human presence. It was always close to the shore and near the water. You would not expect to find any human habitat high up in the exposed meadows, thousands of feet above sea level. This seems to strictly be the domain of the creatures that call it home. It is here that we as humans are truly the outsider, unable to tame such a wild place. This is the true allure of the Sasquatch. A creature that is in harmony with this epic wilderness. A romantic idea to countless people, thus the appeal of this topic in many ways. Whether or not there is a reality behind such a myth, it certainly is something that won't go away anytime soon. After that boat ride, whatever bug I had picked up was starting to get worse, and as a result, instead of heading out into the rain for another night out, I opted to stay inside to enjoy the comfort of the cabin in order to rest up. While it felt like a wasted opportunity in the moment, there was no reason for me to risk getting even more sick, especially when in such a remote location. These past few days were relatively quiet, and as we branched out further, we saw the vastness of the area we were in and the challenges this presents. If you're enjoying this video or any of what we create here at Small Town Monsters and want to support us to create more awesome documentaries, series, and productions, consider backing our upcoming Kickstarter campaign. Launching on February 6, 2025, we are celebrating 10 years of Small Town Monsters. This year's campaign will fund a slew of epic upcoming documentaries and all of the content you see here on YouTube. We've got lots of great rewards depending on what level you choose to back us. Be sure to join us here on YouTube for the Kickstarter launch party livestream on February 6th. On this day, the weather took a turn for the worse with heavy rains. We would notice another boat cruise through our bay, likely looking to find shelter in the safety of a cove, away from the stormy and wavy seas in the Gulf of Alaska. They spent the night anchored in the area. In terms of my illness, I felt the worst on this day, with a fever and throbbing headache, mostly relegated to sleeping it off, hoping to feel better for the next day. It's been very, very rainy today. Pretty much been inside most of the day. Still a bunch of us feeling sick. I don't know, there doesn't seem to be much activity this year as compared to last year. We had those few incidents. There just does not seem to be anything going on, even prior to us being here. Just I heard something splash in the bay. Some kind of animal. Probably a seal. Yeah, just my kind of thoughts here as I'm fighting this sickness. Hoping to get better so we can spend the last few days doing some hikes and doing some more explorations, look for physical evidence or any kind of activity or anything. That's pretty much the update for today, I suppose. felt much better on day 11. So with that said, we decided to go on a rainy hike throughout the area. Our first post-sickness hike, well, at least for me. Truly is living up to its name as a rainforest. We're gonna go check on the camp, set up on the far side of the ridge here. It's just so difficult to work in this environment. We should have a couple of good days towards the end of the week here. Hopefully we can use those to our full advantage. Where did I go? We skipped the trail. Looks like Beans is on the trail. We kind of went the other way.
No, you can come.
Oh yeah, you can go right there, Rebecca. Yeah, I sat on that stump the other night, right here with Damon.
It doesn't look very big on the GoPro, but it's huge.
Oh yeah. When you sit up there, you can look down that draw on the other side. I'm always checking the sides of these trees, but you'll see like it's all just fibrous materials. So like you'll see something kind of cool, but then you'll see it's just old man's beard, but some of it's brown, some of it's black. So that's what finding hair is difficult here. So what do we got here, Beans?
So this jawbone, which I believe belongs to a deer, Damon and I were up here the other day. We found it laying in the middle of the trail. We documented it, photographed it. Curiously enough, I mean, it's the only bones we found. There's no other bones or hair in the area. There are signs of deer activity. There's deer scat along the trail, but this was the only bone that we found here in this area.
Think it's worth collecting?
I don't know, man. It's been here for a while.
Well, I mean, if anything, I'm going to contaminate it now. It's definitely Sitka deer.
Yeah, well, Damon picked it up too. So.
Oh, okay.
That's how it got up
You
there.
can keep a tooth. Want a tooth? Sitka deer tooth? You want one?
Yeah.
Or we could just take the whole thing. Like, I don't really mind.
Take it back, hang it in the garden.
Yeah. Because again, they're not supposed to be here. This is proof that government is wrong again.
Yeah. Well, when we found it, I wasn't really thinking that the deer aren't supposed to be here. I mean, we know they're here. We've seen them on trail cameras. We found tracks. We found scat.
The thermal drone footage.
You know, I'm more than convinced there are deer here.
Yeah.
So I wasn't thinking that, oh, this is proof of deer. I was thinking like, oh, here's
proof of predation.
Yeah, exactly. And we did find there's a break in the trail here that goes down to the left, which I believe there might be a water source down there. We did find some predator scat down there.
That's where we found that possible lynx track last year, and it goes down to Ron's Beach. Yeah.
My camera takes good footage.
Oh, good. I'm not going to do like a DNA collection. I'm just going to literally take a plastic bag and just stuff it in there because it's already been contaminated.
It'll look cool.
Oh, crap. Can you hang this for just one second?
Sure.
Now you can open that actually. Put the sample bags back in. Now you can close it up. Thanks. Well, we know there are predators in the area for sure. Just remind me when we get it back to take it out of the bag. Thank you, Beans. Yeah, it's just kind of cool. It's laying next to the trail. I mean, it's interesting. I wonder if our lynx buddy, he's not only eating porcupines, huh? He's eating whatever else. Well, I can see camp. Tents are still there.
While we're here, I can check my camera.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll check it, make sure it's still operating.
Yeah. Seems to be okay.
Take off the little.
Take off the disguise.
The moss fro.
Yeah. Seems okay. Yeah, you can hook it right to your phone, right?
Goes into my phone.
Smart.
And I can view and download all the videos on the
technology, man.
There's a deer.
Oh, really?
Or something. It might be a lynx.
Whoa.
Hold on. As it downloads them.
Yeah, it'll pop in there. I'm going to actually step on this side of you because it's going to be easier to see.
Alright, this is us putting the camera up, obviously, which I expected. Because I have to turn the camera on and then put the cage over it.
Yeah, and then it'll run.
Yeah.
Right?
Come on. And that's probably you guys coming back up here to camp.
Yeah, because I can see me. I'm like giving a thumbs up.
That's us again. This is probably when we set the camera up. Yeah.
Us leaving, yeah.
There's Damon.
Look at that. No kidding.
That animal does not exist.
Yeah, this is not.
Look at it, it's sniffing the camera.
So
It knows there's something there.
It knows the camera's there. That's amazing footage.
This was the 23rd?
I think that was the day we were gone.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, what was that?
So we walk that way.
Not gonna film that.
Oh, was it that?
Another one.
Yeah.
Another deer. That's so cool. He just kind of hangs out and looks. And another one, huh? Maybe it's the same one.
It might be the same one.
What does that say, Monday? So this is all week they've been walking around here. And then that's probably
This is us
right
coming
now,
in.
yeah. 3 videos of deer. That is, wow. So we know there's a lot of deer in the area now. That's without a doubt. We have we have thermal drone footage. We have multiple trail camera footage. We have physical evidence of a deer. They're here despite the fact the state of Alaska says they're not here, which at least indicates to me that there's a food source in the area for something Sasquatch-like. And we know there's also goats in the area. Those have been documented. So the question is, where are the Sasquatch? There's no reason for them not to be here right now with there being deer. So interesting results. Okay, so we just checked the camera right there. And right here is our camp we've had up here since last week. So we know there's deer going basically right through camp. Just coming to check on everything. Probably pretty wet. Let's see how bad it is. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, look at that. A lot of impressions this way, and a lot of stuff going this way. Interesting. Well, we could go up this way, or we could just keep going into here and hook right.
I think we should go
This way? Okay. Yeah?
Oh, I can hear his rain hit my head.
Becca, did you hear something?
Oh, I think it was birds.
Yeah. Hard to hear with the damn rain. So cool.
Oh, your radio going, so.
Yeah, I hope something responded. I think we're almost there. This should be the point up here.
Those kind of look like oyster mushrooms.
Very crumbly.
Yeah, they're bigger than oysters though.
Huh. Interesting.
You're welcome. Go look it up in the pot. They didn't have a mushroom guide at that time.
Look at that.
That's cool. You don't stuff though.
Nope. Looks just like my footprint though.
It's narrow, but the dimensions on
The bare double step.
Maybe, oh, you got scat over here.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, we'll clump it right here.
Look at this track. That wasn't me.
Didn't break this stick.
Small.
Goes inside there a little bit. See that?
Movement up there. I'm gonna get a 3D scan of this thing.
Cool.
What'd you find there,
Just like a. It looks like a slight track. It could be a bare double step, but I mean, it's kind of smaller than my boot. I'm gonna get a little 3D scan of it. All right, we made it to the point. Eagle nest is up there. It's very wet. What do you think, Rebecca?
Awesome. Absolutely amazing. Thank you for bringing me up here.
Hat's a little wet. Just a wee bit. The rain just won't stop here. Absolutely soaked. As we made our way back to the cabin with the downpour worsening, perhaps I'd pushed myself a little too hard on this hike, as I was not feeling great again, and thus we did not attempt a visit to the woods that evening. It was quite unfortunate to be sick while on limited time in such an incredible location, but I was determined to not let it affect me for the last few days. Oh, it's gonna be cold now. I was feeling much better, and with the weather finally looking better today, we decided to focus on exploring nearby areas with the skiff for the first part of the day.
Looks like a lake monster. That is, oh, that's creepy.
You see that? Isn't that gross? People eat this stuff.
This week. Oh,
See
wow.
how easy that came off?
Yeah. It looks like it.
A sea whip. How easy that is to chop. I've seen people cook that stuff and like eat it. Something right there. Kind of scanning the shore with the thermal, seeing if anything might pop. Obviously, we don't have Damon's thermal drone, so this is the next best thing. Scan into some areas that'll be a lot easier to scan with the thermal from the boat than actually hike into. Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? We are good then.
You were saying how cool it would be if there was one up there.
Just watch. It'd be the perfect place to watch from up there, way up on the hill. Later that evening, we headed back out onto the water with the bigger boat, this time focusing on much further areas that we could not reach with the smaller skiff. How's that? We good?
Here, that'd be awesome. We only get posted often.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm seeing something in the tree line here, but it's just a small white dot. So let me see. I'll just turn this guy on. So. Oh yeah, you can totally see it here. So if you grab this guy, yeah, you can. Oh, sorry. You scan right above these rocks, you'll see that little white dot. See that? Yeah.
You can see it with your naked eye too.
Yeah. What does it look like?
Eagle maybe?
Eagle. I think it's better resolution on that thing. You want to try this one? This one's filming right now, so go ahead. I hope it's something in the trees there. It's kind of distant. It's pretty distinct though. And I wish I brought my tripod so I could steady the shot. Maybe see if I can see it with the naked eye.
Get up or closer.
I'm guessing it's probably an eagle. I can't see anything on the tree. See that little black part under the rock? It's kind of sticking out. There's a patch of trees right there. Maybe it's an eagle, but I definitely see something. And so that's probably just an eagle. See anything? No. See something. If there's something close to the shore, you'll definitely see it with the thermal. No, it's cool just to see an eagle. Knowing I can see it from this distance at that size gives me kind of a frame of reference. I'm looking for something either bipedal or even four-legged, quadrupedal, just walking through. I think it'll definitely pop more if I'm able to see an eagle with that kind of detail from, not being so close to the shore. This is the kind of situation where a thermal drone like Damon's would come in handy. We would be able to take off and fly closer to that object and identify what it is, without getting in closer with the boat, so as to not run the risk of any sharp rocks jutting out close to the surface of the water.
You got a goat?
I think it's a goat right there. You see that white thing right there?
Yep, that's a goat.
Yeah, it's really clear on the film though.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's a goat.
I was looking up like way higher. I'm thinking they're going to be way up high.
That is so cool. Oh, that's gonna be cool. Oh, wow. That's the bottom of the bowl. Do you expect? Did you expect to see a goat out here?
Not in this area, no. Well, I mean, it was funny because I was looking up the whole time. I'm scanning way higher, and then and when he originally was really close to the water, that's what was so funny about it. It's like, oh, he's right in front of my eyes. Pretty cool. Yeah, there's not even good places to run into really. Maybe I'll just scan up here since we're on the hill. It's a good night for the therm, though. Oh, whatever. Super muddy. There's some stuff that'll catch. For sure. It's almost like I hear slight movement, but it's really hard to tell because that could be water drops.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird, actually.
Hits the rocks in such a way that kind of sounds like footsteps and stuff too. It's really weird.
Yep.
Kind of creepy.
Definitely strange. I think what I'll do is just kind of sit in silence for a few minutes and just see if anything happens. If we can hear anything. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
I did too.
What?
From my left.
Up the hill, yeah.
Yeah.
Towards the cliffs.
Yep. Like a thump. Just run that direction. Nothing. Extremely quiet.
It could be a good sign though, because there's no other wildlife.
I know. Oh man. As always, best luck don't fail to disappoint. Like the worst game of hide and go seek ever. Okay, so it is the last day out here. Finally, first day in 11 days with no rain. I mean, it just feels amazing. We just found some orcas, or saw some orcas from the deck, so we're gonna take the boat out and just see if we can kind of see the general area where they're at. It'd be really cool to see them. Rebecca spotted them off the deck. But it's so nice not having to deal with rain for the first time in over a week. With the sun finally shining, just like our first few days at Area A, it was almost as if Mother Nature was playing a bit of a joke on us. This was, however, a very welcome reprieve, and we intended to make the best of this day by hiking back up into the so-called Shadow Valley across the bay from us. Not bad. The moss is just a little slippery. Nice. No, it doesn't look like much, but this was not done by us. I just did this as a attempt to recreate it. Looks very similar, foot shaped. Then up here, not much, but could potentially be. Kind of follow the creek a little bit, I guess. Just heard like a vocal of some kind. Sounded like a whoo. Could be an owl. I don't know, I can't really tell up here. We got, now this looks like deer hair, yeah. Yep. Piece of cartilage, or not cartilage, spine. Oh, that's the tail.
Yeah, it looks like the tail.
That is the tail of a deer. So we have predation going on here for sure. We know that much. That's pretty cool. Okay, we've got a possible bed, bear bed perhaps, or I don't know. Finding hair in this kind of thing is probably tough, huh?
Got some little puncture marks up here, so
Probably contaminating everything.
maybe it was deer.
Could be deer too. Yeah, they wouldn't shed as much as a bear, right? So.
They'll use each other's spots.
I mean, there's stuff that looks like hair in here, but there's a lot of fibers in the soil, so it's not easy to tell. This is definitely a little kind of looking trail thing here. Little cave. Whoa.
What happened?
I think I found like a den. Some kind of creature den.
Porcupine, I don't know whether that's its, do they
Yeah,
rip
a little-
that out? Because there's no real quills, but they do have that underlayer.
Yeah. A lot of hair in
there's some
here.
real messy stuff right by the hairball. So he's been in here recently.
Yep. Does look like porcupine scat, you're right. Probably what it is. I mean, it's like very fibrous hair. That's kind of cool.
Like that dead one we found.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. All right, so we're walking parallel to the creek. We find this trail, a very big indent in here. I mean, we're talking, my foot could fit in there with room to spare. We didn't come up this way earlier. I'm just gonna put my foot in it there, like that. So, you know, another one of those interesting possible prints. Whoa. At least I don't think we came through here.
No.
After a few hours of rummaging and bushwhacking through the valley, we headed back towards the shore. There seemed to be so many small ponds and interesting looking areas higher up that we simply couldn't reach in just a few hours. Had the weather been more cooperative in the days prior, it would have made for an interesting day trek up into those places. What'd you think of that?
That was really, really fun.
Tough getting through some of that terrain, huh?
Yeah, there was well, we had a whole bunch of different kinds of terrain. One thing after another.
Oh yeah.
But, all of it was awesome. And the porcupine den with the hair in it and everything, and
There's a lot of life in here.
a lot of life, a lot of berries, a lot of deer sign even. There's not supposed to be deer here.
It's awesome. Well, it is the final night out here. I think it's already technically in the AM at this point, but just kind of out here alone, just sort of gathering my thoughts. I will fill in with more thoughts after this, but last night on location here again. Second week here in Area A, the Kenai Peninsula. Extremely quiet week, no activity so to speak of. We tried a lot of different tricks. You know, we just tried to play it cool and see if anything wanted to come and check us out, and unfortunately no such luck. It just seems like maybe they weren't in the area this time of year. I mean, I don't know, there's a lot of factors that can kind of go into it, but a little frustrated, of course. but that comes with the topic, I suppose. It's to be expected, I guess, that you're not always going to get activity. I think we got lucky last year out here when we experienced the potential activity we did. I think this is just the reality of searching for something so elusive, whatever these things are. I don't know. It just seems like it's tricky. We did just a lot of different things and got sick, and we dealt with 11 straight days of rain. I'm not complaining. Just saying, goes to show the challenges of these kinds of remote areas like this. So don't know what else I can really say in the moment. Of course, Sasquatch aside, I'm beyond glad to have been in a location like this and spent 2 weeks of my life here. This is something that I think a lot of people would strive to kind of be in a place like this, and just makes me be thankful that I'm able to come out here and hang out with such great people. Damon and Beans and Rebecca and everyone else that's been out here. Just awesome. Really just really thankful for that. And we gathered some potential evidence of what, I don't know. I mean, we'll see when we get that stuff tested, but as I stand out here in the relative silence of the mountains towering above me, reminded of how insignificant we as humans really are. How, just some of the hikes we did through these areas and how difficult they were. How long it took to get just from place to place, how woefully inadequate we are in this habitat. Just that constant reminder that Alaska can end you very easily, very quickly. It's just a mystical beauty. It's a strange pairing of something, these mountains above me that just almost don't look real. Yet they can claim you in a moment with very little difficulty on their part. So, I don't know. These are just my thoughts. That's pretty much it, I guess. We'll see tomorrow. There'll be a lot of audio reviewing, a lot of other stuff, but seems to be a wrap pretty much here on Area A this time. It's the absolute truth, guys. No faking of anything or exaggerating. This is the reality. Nothing happened. I mean, that absolutely can happen. I think it does happen. I think it's unrealistic for every time the camera's on something to happen. I think we've been conditioned with some of these fake shows and fake TV and even other kind of fake content that just produces encounters and alleged evidence for clicks and for entertainment, when that may not be the case, when it just simply, there may not be something going on. I think this is a great location. I think this habitat is some of the most prime Sasquatch habitat in the world, but you have so much of it here along the coast and going down even to places in British Columbia into the Pacific Northwest. There's just so much ground to cover. But that's essentially my thoughts here. Not much else I can really say at the moment. Final morning here. Going up to retrieve a card from the long duration audio recorder that's been up here. Of course, it's a beautiful, beautiful day. Like the day we came in. But that quickly changed for all the rain we had. Definitely gonna miss being in this location. I mean, it's hard not to. Of course, I wish we had had a little more activity, but I suppose that's the luck of the draw with this topic. keep this thing running as we leave. Maybe some activity will pick up in the days that we're gone. Well, last morning, final thoughts?
Well, the weather wasn't that great, and we all got sick. But I mean, we gave it the old college try, I guess. A little disappointed the way things turned out. I really thought on the way out here, I thought this is it, something's going to happen. And then when I got here, I just had that gut feeling like they're not around. I don't know. I just pretty disappointed. But I mean, you know, what's the saying? You know, best case scenario, you find some evidence. Worst case scenario, you have a good time camping.
Yeah. Right on. Well, beautiful morning today. Becca, closing thoughts?
Hi. Beautiful area, really sad to go home. I think we did what we could despite the weather and sickness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sad to go home. Well, I agree. Definitely, I mean, hard to leave a place like this last morning. As we return to civilization, with our 2-week expedition now concluded, I wanted to spend a little bit of time to overview the trip and wrap things up, as I did last year after our initial expedition to Area A. The use of the thermal drone as we did for our first week with Damon was a great resource. It is something that can be launched at a moment's notice, such as when something is audibly heard. Sorry, could you repeat that again? You said something about hearing knocks?
10-4, John came out on the porch and called me to come out and listen. He said he thought he heard a knock, or multiple knocks, I'm not sure, out on the point.
Roger that. We might just send up the drone in that direction in a little while here, just in case. It is also a great tool to survey a wide area in places that would be nearly impossible for us as humans to reach easily on foot. Thermal drones in general are something I would like to keep utilizing moving forward, not just in terms of its potential for Sasquatch searching, but also for spotting local wildlife, as we did here at Area A with the Sitka black-tailed deer. That being said, the Sitka black-tailed deer is now something we have clearly been able to establish exists in this location, and likely across much of the Kenai Peninsula, despite their presence in these areas being uncertain. We were able to conclusively prove this through not only thermal drone footage of multiple deer, but clear trail camera video, as well as what looks like a jawbone discovered in the area. On day 6, which is featured on episode 3 of the series, we discovered some hair or fur samples on top of the side of an old cabin in the woods. We collected the samples to the best of our abilities. In the months following the trip, I sent the sample to a researcher who does microscopic hair and fur analysis in order to determine the species of origin. While we had initially been expecting perhaps brown bear, given the height of the hair and the damage surrounding the side of the cabin, we were surprised to find out the analysis result came back as Canada lynx. Being the only feline officially present in Alaska, it is certainly not a surprise to get this result, aside from this particular location, given the amount of fur and the height, which again made more sense to us as being a bear. Was this lynx climbing the side of this cabin for some reason? Perhaps was it looking for rodents hiding out in it? While we can't be certain of what happened, it is good to get some closure. Some of the possible examples of predation we discovered during this trip could also speak to lynx activity, coupled with some potential audio. So this was an interesting and unexpected result either way. To me, this speaks to the importance of following through with something like a hair or fur sample and sending it along to somebody trained to examine these kinds of things. One thing we kept running across during our 2 weeks out there were large indented footprints in the mossy ground. The terrain here is not very conducive for clear tracks, other than when snow or mud is present, with spongy moss covering much of the ground level. But impressions do become apparent. Even as we as humans walk on the moss, we leave some sort of indents. Some of the larger wildlife in the area certainly would leave impressions like brown bear, black bear, moose, Sitka deer, mountain goat, and lynx. Some of the impressions we found, however, seemed rather human-like in shape and depth, as well as consistent for a few tracks rather than just one or two. But this is far from anything good enough where I would feel confident enough to make any claims, so they are mostly relegated to the intriguing category, as it is not certain at all what the origins are. Out of all the audio we captured, there was very little of interest or that was suspicious from those 2 weeks, primarily due to the rain killing most of the sound or making anything interesting very ambiguous, with the raindrops constantly hitting the microphones. Could there be some sort of minimal human presence here? We had previously established on last year's expedition that there was another cabin across the bay from us. This is the same cabin where we discovered that lynx hair sample. But on this expedition, discovering the strange ramshackled cabin on day 4, which is featured in episode 2, was intriguing, especially given the nature of how it was constructed, with what looked like a truck or boat window incorporated, as well as the somewhat run-down state of the cabin. It looked like somebody hadn't been there in quite a while. This cabin was also not on private land, so the question remains of how long it has been there and for what purpose it was put there. Perhaps a hunting cabin, or just a place to get away. We might never know, but access to it was very difficult given how far up the hillside it was tucked in. It speaks to a larger point, however, one that tells us that even in very remote places like this in Alaska, where it seems like we are the only humans present, there still is some slight evidence of humanity. All along coastal Alaska, there seems to be examples of this presence, whether they be old cabins like this, or old property markers, or even the old netted rocks used by fishermen found all along the shoreline. Humans have and continue to attempt to establish a foothold in these wild places. Even seeing the old World War II bunkers on an island in the Gulf of Alaska tells us of our imprint on this land. Some signs more subtle, perhaps, and some more obvious. So while our target subjects remained elusive, we were blessed to see much of the local wildlife, highlighting the wildness of the area, as well as its conduciveness as a viable habitat for so many species. Whether it be the previously mentioned Sitka deer or mountain goats on land, humpback whales or orcas and sea otters in the water, despite the seeming emptiness of this area, it is teeming with life. To me personally, this expedition was incredible. Any amount of time spent in such a location is certainly not time wasted at all. To put much of the modern world on pause for nearly 2 weeks in order to search for Sasquatch and adventure in Alaska is not something I can complain about. I am beyond grateful for the opportunity provided to me. I'm not a scientist and I'm not highly scientifically trained, but I try to remain objective, critical, and most importantly skeptical of things Bigfoot related. I tried my best to present strictly what I've found while out there in the woods and worked through a process of elimination before jumping to the idea of Bigfoot. But I really value being able to talk with scientists or researchers trained with those analytical skills, like Beans, for example, with his law enforcement background. Ultimately, true research takes a lot of dedication and is largely uninteresting and tedious. For example, keeping daily notes about what took place each day was something I had to get used to doing, but I think it is a pretty basic and important function for this type of research. Some will likely see this approach as boring, or perhaps not agreeing with their own views on this topic, which is fine. You certainly can't please everybody, nor should you have to. This was ultimately my expedition, and I am lucky enough to have conducted it in the way I wanted to. Were there things we could have done differently? Absolutely, and in hindsight I have many thoughts. Some things you can't predict, like the weather, which we had hoped would have been a little more cooperative. One idea that fell through were plans to use a see-through hunting blind and set it up on the high point of the ridge in order to survey the area with thermal cameras, leaving it up there for the entire duration of the trip, in order for it to become part of the landscape. The constant rain had other plans for that idea, however. Dealing with sickness while there was also unfortunate and not something we could have necessarily controlled. Luckily, it wasn't worse than it was, but it definitely ate into some investigation time during that second week. With that concludes this Dark Coast series. I want to thank you, the viewers, for joining us along for this adventure. I want to extend a special thanks to the amazing crew that joined me out there for these wild 2 weeks in such an incredible place, departing from the comforts of everyday life for a journey into the mysterious in a real, raw, and dangerous wilderness. To Beans for not only staying the entire 2 weeks, but for bringing his professional investigative skills to the table, but also his humor and groundedness. Alaska is lucky to have somebody like Beans looking into this topic. To Damon for going above and beyond what was expected. Damon had a surgery a few weeks before the expedition and blew us away while joining us on some of those rugged bushwhacking hikes in the area. His thermal drone skills were incredible, and I definitely hope to work with him again soon. To Rebecca for her attentiveness and enthusiasm in spotting the little details, for wanting to get out there into the woods, and for bringing her willingness to be Sasquatch bait for a week. To Luca for being willing to go wherever in this area, no matter how uncomfortable or dangerous it might be, and of course, for keeping an extra eye open for the things the rest of us might not be able to see. To John for keeping us fed and sane through sickness and days upon days of miserable weather and frustrating conditions, and for keeping us alive as well as providing transport whenever we needed. We couldn't have done it without you. And of course, most of all to Scott, for once again sharing this slice of heaven on earth with us. Having been around the world and seen so many places myself, Area A is one location that my mind always lingers back to, year-round, almost daily. Sasquatch or not, it is undeniable that this place is one of the most beautiful in the world. A mix of unbelievable scenery, wildlife galore, and the thought that unlike much of the world, this area is still very much a frontier. We as humans can claim ownership of it, but these areas belong to the wild, and we are just temporary visitors. The creatures of this domain are its true masters. Whether on land or in the ocean, they traverse these landscapes with such ease and freedom. It is my hope that this place will never change much. That in 100 years from now, when all of us watching this are long gone, this place will still be where the brown bear roams and where the orca play, perhaps even the place where the Sasquatch stays hidden.